almost heaven. Making burgers. Got that bacon, sprinkle on some lettuce. Life is over. Over for this pig. Made into a burger to make me pretty big. A burger night. Get the fries. It is time to begin making burgers. Burger mama, get the fries. Burger night. Vegans tried to take this from me, but I don't care. Climate change does not exist. There's my burger, right next to them fries. Misty taste of oil grease, teardrops in my eyes. Burger night, get the fries. It is time to begin making burgers. Burger mama, get the fries. Burger night. I hear a voice every hour and every minute telling me to make another burger once again. I don't have a problem, you're full of shit. I simply love the taste of this. It's so damn good. So damn good. The burger night. Get the fries. It is time to begin making burgers. Burger mama, get the fries. Burger night. The burger night. Get the fries. It is time to begin making burgers. Burger mama, get the fries. Burger night. Get the fries. Burger night. Get the fries. Burger night.
Why, hello. Burger night. Burger night. Get the fries. Give me one more second, chat, alright?
Still fuck me. I done found me a bitch that'll lift my tummy. I done found me a bitch that don't care if I'm small. I done found me a bitch that'll drain my balls. Like an illegal immigrant, I paid her walk. Got a Chinese bitch tryna eat my dog. Got a New York bitch tryna eat my frame. Got an Indian bitch tryna dance in the rain. Ever since I blew up, niggas said that I changed. She rubs my stomach so good that I can't. Bad bitch when I fuck, I'm like sure okay. Bad bitch in my crib and she go both ways. Whip out my dick.
Hi, Astro John.
White bitch tryna be black like Ian. White bitch tryna be black like me. 50 cents, baby mama really likes me.
Just setting up. Hi Ben, hi Captain C, hi Zolly, hi Remy. Did I say Ben? Hi Ben.
I'm not scared, bitch, I'm no coward. Summers DM'd the bitch, she was only 16. He said that the hype is what we should believe. I spit a few bands on my chrome hearts fit. Had to cut the bitch off cause she fucking stunned me. I need me a white nigga say I'm the shit. Nigga come get your bitch cause she fucking the clip. I'm like slow down bitch cause she just bit the tip. And I used to sip on the walk of the trip. I found me a bitch off of plenty of fish. And she just be doing whatever I wish. And she just be doing whatever I say. I beat up the pussy, I made the bitch faint. I put down the cup, bitch, I put down the drain. She get on her knees, but no, she don't pray. I told her to leave, but she wanna stay. And I fell in love with a bitch that was gay. And we just be playing with scissors all day.
I'm just gonna let the song finish. At this point, we just gotta let it finish.
So I hope you isn't a tweaker. Got on the game and I cussed out a squeaker. Fucking your bitch and she said she a squirter. I know she lied when she said that it hurt her.
viewers, everyone. It's because I'm streaming at night. I don't really get my viewers at night. I usually stream at around like 12, 1, 2, around that time. That's when most people that watch me are around. I used to watch... Sorry, this one is personal. I used to watch the Abridged series a lot with my sister when we were kids. I had no idea the guy was a bellend. It's almost midnight for me. Yeah, that's mostly why. Most people that watch me are like, it's like fucking probably like 12 or 1 o'clock. Most people are sleeping by the time I stream during late nights. So that's probably why. But I was going to cover the Emeru stuff, but I think I'm going to save that for the morning. Tomorrow. I'll save that for tomorrow when I stream at a normal time instead of nighttime. Especially since stream tonight might not be super long. It might not be super duper long. But we are going to cover this video. I don't know who Little Kuriboh is, who they are at all. So hopefully this video tells me who they are, so we can learn a little bit. But apparently they're like evil. I don't like them, is what this person said. Apparently they're like evil. By the way, hi Romeo. I don't think I ever said hi.
Vaginas. Vagina. 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 Vagina.
Oh, he's like, is he like,
Why not just tear up every
is he like male version of Amy Schumer? Does he just like say vagina as his joke? Oh, okay. Can I turn my mic up? Yeah. It could be that I just had it turned low. Did you hear Emiru expose Mizkif? I did. I did hear about that. I don't know the details of it. I'm probably gonna cover it tomorrow. So expect me to cover it in the morning tomorrow. I say morning, aka hopefully tomorrow at around like 11 or 12. My usual streaming time, not like 2 or 3 when I get on like super late.
Like a bitch.
What kind of lonely, deranged freak proposes to somebody over the internet?
Little Kuriboh?
When I think about penguins, I touch myself. Since I am a woman, I have no idea where we are.
Does he like make evil like woman jokes? I think I like this guy. Hey, I might like this guy. Okay, hold on. We'll hold off. He also said the N-word on stage.
Zev here, and welcome to today's video. Today, we're going to be talking about Little Kuriboh, aka Martin Billany. If I mispronounced that, I am very sorry. For those of you who have really good attention to detail, I said this a little while back. Please remember that this really is just a bunch of nonsense, and it's never anything personal unless stated otherwise. And trust me, I will make it clear when that happens. Well, the time has come. While I may get a little peeved in some of my videos, it's never anything personal and I'm not actually that upset. However, I will be honest, today is going to be a bit more personal. As this is something I've been a little more involved with and have seen firsthand exactly how this guy behaves, I'm going to be a little bit more upset than usual. So if you guys are cool with that, here we go. So Little Kuriboh has been around for a very long time. He's one of the most influential creators amongst the world of anime abridged. He created the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series, which is considered the start of everything that is abridged, at least when it comes to the anime world. This Duel Monsters parody goes as far back as 2009. That's insane to me that content that good existed way before the more advanced softwares we have today. He has also done work for other abridged characters, with his most
Is this like voicing over the characters instead? Is that what it is?
Known likely going to Frieza and Dragon Ball Abridged, as well as a little bit of 5Ds and my personal favorite of his, the Naruto spoof series. Now, to give credit where credit is due, Martin is a master of his craft. This dude is ridiculously talented. He did almost every voice in Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. While he did have some help in later episodes, he carried the main cast all on his own. Not to mention the fact that he's covering his accent at the same time. I can only dream of being as good as an actor as this guy. When it comes down to how he portrays himself on video and his creations of parody, you get a really chill guy with many years of experience. However, this is where most of the positives will come to a close, because how Little Kuriboh portrays himself outside of his YouTube audience is a very different story.
I just hope this isn't a video that's like saying like, oh, he like makes jokes at women's expense or something, and I'm like, okay, well, like, who cares? It better be like actual like evil shit, because if this is just like, oh, he like says like mean jokes about women, then I'm just gonna be like, okay, who cares?
Now, for this first segment, I ask that you take this with a very heavy grain of salt. The first thing that stuck out to me about this guy happened when I decided to check out his Twitter a little while back. Given what he's offered to the community, I expected maybe some memes or funny anime stuff, but I was caught off guard when I saw that a chunk of
Oh, okay. When confronting an abusive personality publicly or even privately, to be honest, it can easily give the abuser the power to make the victim seem like an antagonist. Gives them the power to say, look at this person coming after me for no reason. They must be crazy or something.
his timeline was him lecturing his audience about abusive behavior or reposting
Marcus
other
does that
people's
too,
situations.
yikes.
I know this doesn't
True.
seem like much at first, and in theory there really isn't anything wrong with this, but this is what personally bothered me about this. Again, it's not usually part of his platform. If he wants to drop some knowledge here or there, then I respect that, but considering that I know him as a voice actor and comedian, and he uses his platform to preach to people about an uncomfortable subject, I find this very strange. If you all followed me for my drama content and then saw that my Twitter was dedicated for hating on a political party or the school system, if I were you, I'd be very uninterested and frankly feel a little bit icky. You'd probably expect me to talk about
That's fair.
drama or anime or something relating to my platform.
That's actually pretty fair. That's a fair assessment. I do think that it gets a little annoying when people in certain spaces try to preach about certain things that they're not even like, it's not even the space that they're in. Like, imagine like following your favorite like gaming YouTuber and all they post about on Twitter is about like their political views. It's kind of like being a fan of like what's his name? Ah, fuck. I forgot his name. Raven. Hi. Shit. He's that one Call of Duty YouTuber that got in a lot of drama because he voiced his opinion a lot. Nick something. I can't remember, but like, you know, it starts to become kind of hard to watch these people when all they do is like voice their political opinions, when it's like, dude, just stick to playing video games. Like, nobody really wants to hear you talk about this stuff. So I can kind of understand why like some people can get pretty pissed off about that or peeved, or they just don't like that. Hi, Cryptid.
Here's what really sat with me about this. I've been around for a little while, and it's in my experience that people who lecture others about something when it isn't asked about are normally very shallow people with very limited interests, and at worst, have something to hide. How many times have we seen someone complain about sexualized anime characters only to be exposed for being a sexual deviant? How many times did Onision act as a soldier for women before being exposed as a degenerate groomer? Now, I'm not saying any of this to assume or dare accuse Martin has abused or hurt anyone, but this is just the heavily subjective reason why I felt a little icky and don't get the greatest vibe from him. Why?
It's kind of a bad point to make. Like, okay, like just because people complain about like anime, let's say like for example, people are complaining about like anime characters being sexualized, does not inherently mean that they themselves are like gooners or something. Like, yes, it could mean that they're like, obviously they're just like insecure, so they're complaining about it, and they actually behind the scenes do that themselves. But like, I don't know. I don't think there's like anything inherently wrong, for example, with somebody going on like Twitter or something and being like, oh, I don't like when Anya is like sexualized, right, from like Spy Family. Like, she shouldn't be. I don't know. Kind of a weird statement to make. Just because somebody says like abusive behavior or abusers are bad doesn't inherently mean that like, uh-oh, they might be abusing their partner behind the scenes. What am I supposed to say? That it's morally neutral? Like, I don't know.
Why would I, as an adult, be lectured about something I don't even do from someone who doesn't generally present himself as a formal expert on the topic? Now, this next
guess
one is
that's
something
fair.
that sparked an immediate red flag for me. I went to check out his premiere episode.
I don't know what would make you an expert of like abusive relationships though. Like, I don't know. Well, it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't really understand what makes you like an expert in understanding like abusive relationships, other than like if this was like maybe like a therapist, I guess, talking about this. I don't know, like a couples counselor talking about this. What does it matter? If I don't really like these points. I don't really like these points because, again, here's the thing. I do agree. Hi, Yen. I do agree that I don't like it when some creators that talk about like certain subjects start to dip their toes and complain and talk about certain subjects that don't pertain to like their profession. But at the same time, he's talking about it on Twitter, where, you know, you're allowed to talk about whatever the fuck you want on Twitter. Like, if the guy wants to say like, oh, abuse bad on Twitter, you know, who gives a fuck? Like, who really cares?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged and found
Maybe
this
Butter,
in the
Mecha
description.
Boba,
This video
Morning
may
Bubby,
contain
March
transphobic,
Bumpy,
homophobic,
Market Bobby.
sexist, or any other types of humor or dialogue that no longer represent how I, the creator of this video, wish to present my works. At the time, I thought of it as harmless jokes, but
Okay, well, this is episode 1, and this was made in 2009, so that's a long time ago. This video may contain transphobic, homophobic, sexist, or other types of humor or dialogue that no longer represent how I, creator of this video, wish to present my works. At the time, I thought of it as harmless jokes, but it is clearly clear the damage that has been done by such dismissive and toxic writing on my part. I apologize for it, as there's no
But
real
it is
excuse
clear
for it.
the damage that has been done by such dismissive and toxic writing on my part. I apologize for it, and there is no
Hi,
real
Fox.
excuse for using it. Point number 1. That video contains none of that style of humor. In fact, most of his videos don't even contain what most people would define as dark humor. It's mostly
Okay.
just random silliness. So I don't know why he felt the need to put this disclaimer under 63 episodes of his flagship series. So he's become
Okay,
another
now I'm
talented
starting to
creator
not
who
like this
started
guy.
practicing self-censorship on the off chance that he'll offend some stranger. Now guys, I'm just gonna be real here. It's likely either nobody complained about these jokes or very few people complained.
Yeah.
It's very often
Okay, now I'm starting to understand why this guy's... I don't like people like this. I don't like it when people, like, again, it's these people who maybe, like, in old videos, they made, like, jokes. Some maybe are, like, offensive in some way, maybe a little offensive. You got the one guy in the comments, it's like, you can't make that joke. And then later down the line, you're like, oh, that's just not me anymore. That's just not me. Bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Just fucking own it. I don't like it that people do that these days, where they say, like, that's just not, like, that's just not who I am. That's just not me. Brother, who gives a fuck? It was 2009. Like, come on, man. He went back and added the description in this year's After the Facts. Like, Karibo is the abridged community, iDubbbz. I see. I was gonna say, it's starting to sound kind of like iDubbbz, where it's like, I don't like it when these people do that type of stuff, right? Because, listen, with the iDubbbz stuff, I get it, right? I get it. I do understand, like, iDubbbz wanting to not do edgy humor type stuff. If iDubbbz got on a video, if his video was not to diss on his old community, and his video was for him to say, like, guys, I'm kind of just grown out of the edgy humor stuff. I don't really like it anymore. It's just not who I, like, am anymore. It's just not my form of content. If you don't like that, that's fine. Like, if he would have just said that, I think that would have been fine, because at least he's acknowledging, he's not just, like, throwing years of his, like, career away and dissing on the old community that he clearly, like, built, and a community that loved him. He's not doing that. I don't like it when these people do that, where they have to make these, like, stupid disclaimers to say, like, oh, this is just not a proper representation of who I am. Brother, who gives a fuck? This was made, like, years ago. If you made, like, an edgy joke at one point in the video, who cares? No one's gonna be that mad at you because you said, like, the F slur or something back in 2011 or something. No one cares. It's not that big of a deal. If you don't want to say edgy jokes anymore, if you think it's too much, then stop doing it. But you don't need to fucking scream to the high heavens to everybody about how you're a better person now because you won't say the fucking F slur. It's retarded.
that people are more afraid to be offensive than are
There's
actually
no dark
offensive.
humor.
Let's break
Damn.
this down here. Where? Honestly, where? I mean, there's this joke.
Hello, everyone. It's bloody nice to meet
I'm
you.
here.
What's wrong with his voice? It's here, girl.
That's the closest I can think of, and it had more to do with how feminine he looks, not that he's trans. Homophobic? I mean, yeah, there's jokes about gay relationships, but I can't think of a single joke in the series that would be at all insulting to gay people. I mean, yeah, there's this clip.
Since I am a woman, I have no idea where we are.
Is that a
Yes!
baby?
I have no
Yes!
idea what a baby is because I am a woman.
Taya, we don't need babies.
Oh, me woman.
Yes, dissing women. I'll take that any day, dude. Fuck yeah. I hate women.
Dumb.
It's not a very well-crafted
Yes.
joke, but I'm not going to assume Martin genuinely hates women because of it. You took the time to add a disclaimer to videos that are years old over jokes that aren't even remotely offensive. If you're being this hard on yourself, I can only imagine how you would project onto others. If you and I were speaking and I make a distasteful joke, are you going to expose me for racism? If I was working with you, I feel like I'd have to
Hold on. Is that real, Cryptid? Speaking of iDubbbz, did you see him and Anissa got a therapist, and they told them that if they can't handle the online bullying, they should just log off and get jobs. Dude, Oh my god, that's so awesome. That's so fucking awesome. That's what I love about iDubbbz right now is, you know, remember when he made that video on Ethan and then he went to like that guy who, that like, was he a therapist? I don't remember if he was a therapist or what he was, but then he started crying in front of him. And the guy said that Ethan's, or he tried to convince the guy that Ethan's like video was like apology or whatever was like a solid apology, and he was trying to convince him that it wasn't. I love that they keep trying to go to like actual like people, like they keep trying to go to people who like handle, you know, therapy, right? Like mental, like they help this kind of stuff. They keep trying to prove people wrong with this, and it goes against them. It literally goes against them every single time. No therapist should say the J slur. iDubbbz and Nisa got mad and are now looking for a therapist that knows internet culture who will understand them. Yeah, that's like retarded. They're just gonna go to like, what's his name, Dr. K or whatever. It's fucking
to walk
stupid.
on eggshells. Now, I'm sure plenty of people have good experiences working with you, but if you have to censor yourself this much, I'm not sure if that's about safety or insecurity, but it can really weigh down on your content when you try and look for issues where there are virtually none. And all of that aside, you become one of those people who actually think jokes can harm people. Rude people harm people. Jokes hurt nobody. You should be old enough to know the
True.
difference. And you having to censor
True.
yourself so heavily probably explains why I can barely sit through 3 minutes of your newer episodes. Though, to be fair, you have been doing it for a while, and any formula after 15 years will start to feel stale. And I love how he says that it may contain, hey guys,
It's just like when people do this, right? There's nothing wrong with like saying like, oh, this isn't me anymore. But at the same time, there is, right? Obviously, it's harmless to tell people that, you know, oh, I don't make these types of jokes anymore, so I don't like the character, my character. This isn't who I am now. But the reason why people don't like it is because it's like virtue signaling. It's like you're trying to present yourself as this like great person. Just because you denounce what you said like a couple years ago. It's retarded, right? It's super fucking stupid. You're just trying to be like super performative and seem like a really great guy. To like, essentially you're just trying to seem like a great fucking guy to like this community so you could drag them in and draw in more attention to yourself. That's essentially what it's for. You're trying to like kind of, how do I put this? It never works, but it's usually the reason why people do this is because they're trying to like draw in like more people that are part of like this community to just draw in more attention. I feel it's just for attention reasons. It's not really for anything like genuinely, because again, the only time I can understand like this happening, I'm fumbling my words today. The only time I can understand someone doing this and it making sense is if you actually said like some pretty egregious stuff in your time and you're like, man, I need to like do better, right? Like looking back at it and being like, man, I really need to do better. Like if you were saying some pretty fucked up and egregious shit, then I can understand wanting to own that up and say like, yeah, this is like bad and I should stop doing this. But like if you made like crude jokes back in the day, which this guy didn't make crude jokes, but let's just say this guy did make crude jokes back in the day and said evil stuff as a joke. You know, at the end of the day, if some random person tries to call you out and say you're like evil, who cares, right? You don't owe these people an apology, right? Jokes are not harmful. They're not gonna fucking kill people. Jokes don't get people killed, okay? No one's gonna die. No one's gonna fucking get harmed or hurt. The worst that's gonna happen is some person's feelings are not gonna be, they're gonna feel shitty because their feelings are hurt. Who gives a fuck? If you're offended over a stupid joke, you probably shouldn't be in this space. You probably shouldn't be watching videos with those types of jokes. You should probably be somewhere else. Yeah, they just wanted someone to coddle them and baby them. Yeah, pretty much. That's what it seems like. But overall, it's like this type of behavior, it's harmless behavior, right? To own up to jokes like this. It is harmless. But at the end of the day, it just, people don't like it because it comes off as super performative. It just seems super disingenuous when he puts this shit down. It just seems like he's trying to be performative to a certain new audience.
Guys, it may happen, it may not. You'll just have to see. You turned your own content into a prescription bottle. So those are the more personal gripes I have with this guy. Not anything that's the end of the world, and people are free to disagree. But what we're gonna get into next, yeah.
The VA strike.
For a little bit of context,
Okay.
Formosa Interactive is part of several voice acting companies that did not agree to a union protection against AI, leading English voice actors to fear that their voices would be used by AI to replicate them and therefore replace them, saving
Whoa.
money. Hoyoverse, the
That's
company
evil.
behind Genshin Impact, uses Formosa for its English dialogue, and because of this, the union chose to strike, and many English
That's
voice
actually.
actors backed out of
Hold
Genshin
on, what? That's actually like super evil. An AI. So we're just. Oh wait, hold on. So we're okay and perfectly fine with an AI that is taking people's voices so that other companies can just use them for free for their video games and for other things? What? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing at all? Just hire the voice actors. Jesus Christ, is it really that difficult to just like pull in the voice actors and hire them? You're that cheap? Holy fuck. Okay.
projects. I couldn't find if Martin himself was involved in any of these companies personally, but as a voice actor, he was of course very concerned about this and understandably
When is the
supported
AI
the
gonna be
strike.
able to
Basically,
fuck
his
me?
entire Twitter feed was dedicated to topics relating to it. I understand that he would be upset, but it's just depressing that he has to make it his entire focus for his page. While this strike was going down, a voice actor by the name of Jacob
I
Takanashi
don't think
announces
there's an
that he
issue
happily accepted the
with
role
that.
for the Genshin creator Kenichi. I'm honored to join the English cast of Genshin Impact as the voice of Kenichi. Taking up the mantle of Malipo is a privilege, and I'm grateful for the opportunity
VAs
to
are
carry the
evil.
flame from the previous flame bearer, John, who did an incredible job. Those are big shoes to fill, and I promise to give it my all, out of respect for him, for Hoyoverse, and for you, the fans. Thank you to Diana for their amazing direction and for helping me navigate the intricacies of this incredible game, and to Side Tokyo and Hoyoverse for the honor of bringing Kenichi to life. I'm deeply grateful for the privilege of entertaining you all. From this, he seems like a really respectable guy who appreciates his fellow actors and is excited to take on the role. However, his fellow actors were not too thrilled about this. There are many reasons why roles get recast. I personally draw the line when the original actor is holding out because they are fighting for better work conditions. I have refused many auditions to take over roles from my peers because I'd never do that to another fellow actor. Dude, really classless move considering an actor was fighting for AI protection on this job. I appreciate folks want the paycheck, but they should know crossing a picket line is an immediate and permanent black mark. Thumbs down. This wasn't a passing of the torch.
Thumbs
My
down,
hope is you
okay.
were misled and weren't fully aware that John was withholding his work to fight for a better future for actors everywhere. If that's the case, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now, but if not, and you continue this role, yikes man. A good way to show the respect for the previous performer would be to use their full name so people can actually go ahead and support them now that they're out of the job. This is pretty awful stuff, man. Selling out your peers and the future of this industry for a role? Please stay far away. This is utterly gross. I hope you take a step back and consider what it is you are doing to your fellow actors, let alone what you're doing to this career. This is so wrong, so wrong. You stole a job from someone fighting for all of our rights, yours included. The disrespect from you to play this off like this was a gift to you is sick. I hope it was worth it, because I guarantee not a lot of people will ever want to work with you again. It should be important to note that all these individuals are voice actors or members of the industry. As all this was going down, we got some pretty big reveals. One of the VAs going after Jacob was Kaylee Mills, who has voiced loads and loads of characters. She's been
Goddamn.
around for a while. She thought it was completely okay to say this. This is actually kinda diabolical. If you need the money, at least take the role uncredited. This just comes off as an easy grab for clout. It's not a good look. Accepting a role and keeping your career going is diabolical. At least
Yeah, I just listen, I just kind of disagree with these people completely. I disagree with these people completely. I get that they're on a strike. I get that they're striking for something, for like a better cause, but like if people need money and people want to work and you get the opportunity, you're going to fucking take the opportunity. The fuck? Like I don't understand. Unless there's something a part of the role that is like evil, I don't understand the complaint of someone taking a role when the opportunity is there. Just because other people are holding out. If you choose to hold out, you are willfully, right? You are willfully not participating. It doesn't work like this. It doesn't work where you just go on strike and then your job's going to be waiting for you when the strike's over. That's not how it works. The whole point of a strike, right, for these things is that you want better work environment. That means you have to understand that you're risking, not getting a job and not getting the paycheck and not getting the role and not getting any of these things. You have to realize that you're going on strike and you're not going to get anything out of it. You don't just get handed a fucking position or a job or a role right after your strike. You don't just get they're not going to put you on hold. They're not going to put you on a fucking hold or something. That's like really retarded. So like when these people do these strikes, they need to understand that like when you do that strike, there are probably going to be people who are going to take the role instead. They're going to probably be like, hey, I don't really care to do the strike. I'm going to take the role. And you have to be okay with that. Some people need fucking money and some people don't give a fuck. All right. They just want to go in and make their money and get out. And that's understandable. That is completely understandable. It's not diabolical. It's not fucking evil because they didn't support your cause. Like, Jesus.
Take the role uncredited. This comes off
Yeah,
as
the best
clout
way to put it is the world is not going to wait for you. Exactly. The world is not going to wait for you at all.
chasing. How can someone with this much experience be so rude and unprofessional? And that's when we get this bomb dropped. According to voice actor Nathan Noakes, fellow VA...
the SAG? Dude, you're talking about SAG. SAG is evil. From the last I remember talking about SAG, it involved the creator of Billy and Mandy, I think, who tried to make his own show. And he couldn't do it because SAG took it, literally ruined it. He did like a bunch of work on his show. He worked on it literally by himself, put all effort into it, as much effort as he could into it, and they completely ruined the entire show, and it's never getting released because of that, which is so depressing. It is so depressing to see that. I think the VA strike is like actually ridiculous. I think the VA strike is silly. I do think that voice actors deserve better care and whatnot, right? I can't remember entirely what they were fighting for. We can definitely watch the video that you sent and I'll get more information on it. Like, I have no issue with voice actors and actors in general striking for like better environment, better work environment, better pay, all that type of stuff. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of VAs or a lot of these people feel like they're entitled to something. It almost feels like these people are super entitled to something when you're not. Like I said, if you're going to go on strike or if you're going to take time off away from this stuff to fight for a better environment, you got to understand something. You're not going to get the fucking job. And it doesn't matter if somebody else is not part of your cause and they just want to get paid. That's just how it is. That's just how it is.
Jacob Takanashi, who was Japan-based, had no knowledge of the strike or the circumstances of which the role is being recast.
According to the voice actor Nathan Noakes, fellow VA Jacob Takanashi, who is a Japan-based VA, had no knowledge of the strike or the circumstances of which the role was being recasted. Pretty sure he has no knowledge of the strike because he's literally fucking from Japan, and I don't think the strike exists in Japan. So, yeah, way to go. Way to show that all these, like, retards are so incapable of comprehending that. Maybe it is going on in Japan. I wouldn't know, but, I mean... I would imagine it's not.
Yes, Jacob is based in Japan and is very likely to not have known about the union.
Okay, so
it is interesting how he may
there.
not have known about something directly tied to his industry, he still resides in a different nation. Why would he be bothered with American subjects? So days go by and we get this. Kiba Walker, another experienced voice actor, revealed that she had received a death threat due to associating with Jacob. Jacob quoted this, sending his support and condemning the threat, as well as revealing that Kiba wasn't the only one to receive these kinds of threats. So after sending their support for someone who was sent a direct email stating that they deserve death for associating with an innocent voice actor, how does little Karibo react? He thought this was the right thing to say. With respect, tensions would decrease significantly if you recognized and spoke publicly on the fact that voice actors aren't bullying you. If you truly didn't know about the strike, say so. If you did, say so. But voice actors are going to keep getting...
God, I hate these people. I hate these people so much. I hate these people so much. I fucking hate these people so much. It reminds me, oh my God. It reminds me so much of because recently there was another thing that happened. So a leader was like elected in Japan recently, a woman, and she's far right. And a bunch of feminists got really upset by that and said like they weren't going to celebrate it because she's not left. And I thought that was just so funny because I'm like, just so essentially, if you're not on my side, I don't want to support it. It's like, this is why, like, this is the type of shit that pisses me off. It is literally like, if you truly didn't know about the strike, say so. If you did, say so. It's literally like, are you with us or are you against us? It's like, that's not how a strike works, you fucking retard. You are not entitled. Like, these people feel so entitled. They feel so entitled to have what they want. This is ridiculous. I understand fighting for what you want, but brother, who cares if some people choose not to be a part of you? That's the whole point of like politics and everything, right? Everybody's on their own side. Everybody has their own views, an own opinion on things. If some people aren't a part of it, some people aren't a part of it. This guy's based in Japan. He probably doesn't know about it. He's probably not aware of like American VA situations. Who gives a fuck if this guy takes a goddamn role? Jesus Christ. Bruh, in Japan, there are not many women in politics, so seeing a woman in politics should be celebrated. Well, yeah, but you gotta understand something. She's not left-leaning, so that means it's evil.
Getting attacked until then. So instead of expressing
She's not on
his
my
sympathy
side
for this exact situation, which involves someone receiving a death threat, he could not control his emotions and had to give the most inappropriate, unnecessary, insensitive response. Now, if I want to play devil's advocate and get a little technical here, would I go as far as to say that Jacob was being bullied by the VAs that we saw? For me, it's hit or miss. Now, was he being targeted because of an agenda?
He's not being bullied. They're more so, it's just Twitter harassment, which is the equivalent of, I don't, it's like the equivalent of like a little kid like hitting you with like a plastic bat and saying like just bothering you. It's like the equivalent of like a little kid bothering you and like poking you or pinching you or hitting you with things. It's like meaningless. But
yes, absolutely. Voice actors are gonna keep being attacked until then, okay? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really sure what he's talking about here. This one response would ignite the downfall of Martin's online image. There are loads of comments calling him out for his insensitive behavior. If you go onto his recent video, there's a surge in negative comments regarding the situation. After all this went down, Martin was pretty quiet on Twitter. Was he taking a step back to reflect on his actions and putting his focus onto controlling his frustration? No. He went to Blue Sky so he can bitch and moan even further. Since Kaylee's tweet had a reader added context note slapped onto it, I'll go ahead and add my own here. Nathan Noakes is either lying or being lied to. Keep in mind that he decided to drop this with absolutely no proof to this statement. So after he got blasted on Twitter for his insensitive statement, he runs to his echo chamber to cry about how Nathan, the person who revealed Jacob didn't know about the strikes, is either dishonest or being misled. This is pathetic. This is completely childish behavior. I was disregarding the fact that voice actors are going after someone because I'm angry about the strike. Oh, that person didn't know about the strike and people are getting upset at me for it? He's being lied to. That's you. That's what you sound like. It was at this point that I was really upset with this guy and I wanted to approach him on his behavior. So I took a
I don't know, like hot take, but maybe just like, listen, if you're going to do a strike, right, as a community, if you're going to do a strike, maybe don't harass others who choose not to be a part of your strike. It's not that big of a deal, brother. It's really not that big of a deal. Who gives a shit if somebody who's in your space chooses not to be a part of it? It's not that hard to recognize or realize that some people just don't want to be a part of it. Some people maybe have other things they want to do, or maybe they have more priority, like money. Let's say this guy wants to take the job because he needs money. He has a different priority set. He doesn't have the need to sit and do a fucking stupid strike with people. And he also just doesn't know about the strike. So he's just going to take a job. He's just taking a job. It doesn't, I hate this mentality by some people where they believe that, like, if we're going to go on strike, that means everybody has to go on strike with us. It's like, no, they don't. That's not how that works.
A one-way trip to hell, I mean Blue Sky, and we started having a little chat. You get dunked on Twitter, so you run over here to your echo chamber. Do you have direct evidence that Nathan is lying? Because that's what I find the most disappointing. The fact that he can say something so boldly with no evidence to back it, presumably just to make himself feel better about the criticism that he's been receiving. Nothing that would satisfy you. So is that a no? Can you not confirm your own statement? How do you know that? You would make yourself look much better if you presented evidence. Not my evidence to present, smiley face. You're making assumptions about someone just to save face, and you're happy about it? It's your own statement, dude. What are you talking about? My being aware of evidence that supports my statement that isn't mine to share. You've never been aware of someone's experience but not wanted to be the one to tell the story because it's not your place? I know someone lied. The evidence isn't mine to present. It's very irresponsible of you to be speaking it on this much already. Now expectations are going to be set on whoever's story it is to tell. Any lack of satisfactory evidence that they share is now on you and your statements. You're not helping them. And once more, for the record, I do not know Nathan is lying. I know he is either lying or was lied to. Yeah, so you don't have evidence for it, despite implying that you did, after making a statement as if it was fact. Okay, I'm not trying to help anyone.
this guy's
but
a
I don't
fucking
care
loser.
For
This
liars
guy's
protecting
annoying.
Scabs. Wow. Okay, so we've come a long way for you to just flat out state that you don't actually care. This right here is very damning, Martin. After all you've said about the situation, this gives me the impression that you don't actually care about voice actors. You just hate corporations and will do anything to spite them or anyone working with them. You will fight tooth and nail.
Not surprised. Not surprised. Not surprised. Not surprised. All this shit is that this whole like VA like strike shit mostly is just because they don't like big corporation, not because they actually care about like the rights of like VAs. They just don't like big corporation. That's mostly why a lot of these people do it. It's not because they actually care about like the fucking rights of VAs.
To make it seem like Jacob knew about the strike and took the job anyway, just to make you feel better about your own judgment and frustration about the situation. Then little Karibo isn't the one who should be
rich
making
company.
the
I
accusation.
hate rich
Instead, he's put
companies.
pressure on the person he's
Fuck, I hate
referring
them
to
so
to make a
much.
statement.
Why am I
I'm
not
pretty-
rich? Oh, fuck. Why is this big corporation so rich and I'm not? Fuck.
Sure, the pressure is already as high as it's gonna get, and plenty of actors agree with me, or else you wouldn't see them liking my posts. But sure, I must be stepping way out of line. I'm receiving hate and criticism from every direction, but all of these voice actors agree with me. I've had more civilized conversations about Santa Claus in grade school. Even those kids did not act as immature as you. Your fellow voice actor goons agree with you that they were not harassing Jacob? Bro, major bro moment right there. Things can't get worse, so I'll just keep adding on. See, other people agree with me. I must be right. You're an incredibly misguided person. Why are you doing this? To support actors or to hate on corporations? I can't do both? You aren't doing both. An actor was sent a death threat and you looked the other way just to feel like you got a win on someone who you still haven't proven knew about the union. So after this, little Karibo finally took a step back, realizing this conversation wasn't going
Is it
anywhere
really that
and
late over
decided
there?
to just
Damn.
leave it at that.
Me when I lie.
Go away, dude. Go take more screen caps in a vapid
Oh,
attempt
damn,
to
I
stir
hope your back's
controversy and
okay.
get likes. I've been involved in this situation for almost a year. You just showed up. Nobody answers to you here. What level of entitlement have you built to think someone will leave just because you told them to? I'm fighting what you say.
I feel like saying like I can't do both is retarded. I feel like you have to kind of, when it comes to like fighting for the rights of like VAs or fighting against like big corporations, you can't really have like both. And I think SAG is a good prime example of that. I think the whole I forgot what it's called, SAG-AFTRA or something. It's like that thing is like a good example as to why you can't have both, because at the end of the day, SAG does not benefit VAs. It doesn't even benefit people. It actually harms it harms a lot of people who are trying to do like personal projects or certain types of projects for their shows or movies or whatnot. It doesn't really help anybody. It mostly is just not a company, but a movement that's there to basically be like, fuck corporations. That's all it really is. And at the end of the day, it doesn't do anything to benefit the VAs, and it doesn't do anything to stop the corporations, because corporations will just make their money elsewhere. I see it this way. I see it this way. People really got to stop with the whole like fuck big corporations. If you want to actually do right by the world, you need to like fucking, believe it or not, but you need to like fight for actual rights of like VAs instead of saying fuck corporations. Corporations are going to find ways to make money regardless of what you want. You can sit here and scream and cry about how you want this big corporation to fall off because you don't like them or something. But the reality is it's never going to happen because they're rich and they'll just find ways to make more money. It's fucking retarded. Oh, 1:26 a.m. Okay. That's morning. I don't really think that's morning.
Because I disagree with you. If you don't want to deal with me, block me. Now, this wasn't me challenge him like.
But if but if you do fight for like actual rights of like, let's say VAs or actors or whatnot, you don't fight for like ending big corporation or whatever, but you fight for like what's actually right. and fix problems that VAs might encounter, or problems that VAs are, you know, VAs, actors, whatever they are, right? If you actually fight for like their rights, that'll actually do a dent on maybe the corporation. Maybe not a dent, but it'll at least benefit you at the end of the day. You know, the corporation's still going to make their money, but at least you get your money, and at least you get what you want at the end of the day. Marcus, just do what's good for everyone. Pretty much. SAG actually takes money from VAs, and they use their voices in AI. I fight for my right to party. Beastie Boys taught me that. You gotta fight for your right to party. Something these VAs say they're fighting for. It's just, it's like I said, it brings me back to what I was saying. It's mostly, these people say they're fighting for rights of VAs. They're not. They're fighting because they don't like big corpa, or big corporations, or whatever it is. You know, whatever the word they use for big corporations. They just hate big corporations. They want the big corporations to lose money. But at the end of the day, they maybe stop like one gateway for this corporation to make money, but guess what? They'll find a new way to make money somewhere else. It doesn't really fucking matter. It's retarded.
Yeah, block me, you pussy. No, this was me straight up telling him, if you don't want me to express my disagreements towards you, you can block me. Because everything he was telling me was just more fuel for the fire. He was ignoring the Minecraft tips and just digging straight down. And yes, he blocked me. At this point, he doesn't want to deal with me anymore, and there's not much more I can do about interacting with him, so I left it at that.
Now we gotta skip 100 years or 3, cause the story ain't told chronologically.
Here's the problem, Martin. You are so hellbent on making Jacob look bad and denying the fact that he faced unfair treatment, all for the fact that he didn't join your precious union. And how about this? What if he did know about the strikes and accepted the role anyway? The way that you've been speaking makes it sound like that the hate that he receives is totally justified. Actually, you know what? That makes what you originally said make a lot more sense. Voice actors are going to keep getting harassed until then. What makes you so special? You're not siding with me, so I'm...
Voice actors are gonna, yeah, that's funny. Voice actors are still gonna keep getting hate until something's done about it. Yeah, they're getting harassed and hated on by other VAs because they won't join their cause. So fucking
just gonna ignore
stupid.
and deny the harassment that you face. Based on your stance on this whole situation, I don't think you're a good person. And I don't mean this from a stance of internet drama. I think that you made it very clear what kind of person you are. You want to sit in your echo chamber where no one disagrees with you. You can sit there and talk crap about people for clear malicious and petty reasons. You see, at my old company, we almost went on strike. If some of my coworkers chose not
Cryptid's
to,
onto something, by the way, man. That Beastie Boy,
no, they can
that Beastie
choose to
Boys
work.
line, that
They
he's
don't
onto
have
something,
to
man.
strike.
He's right.
It's their right not to, just as much as it's my right to strike. They have their own lives and careers to build. They can do their thing. I'll do my thing. No sensible person would do what you and all your fellow voice actors did in this situation. Instead of building a professional union to protest your concerns, you created a cult of crybabies that will excuse and go after those who disagree with you. How does someone with such influence and such a large following be so unprofessional and petty? And what I'm still trying to wrap my head around is, why are you fighting so hard to deny the fact that Jacob didn't know about the strikes? What are you gaining from this? From what I've seen, the only reason I can see you doing this is to feel virtuous, to feel like a hero. If you want to tell me that that's not the truth,
yeah.
then please tell me why. You already said yourself that you're not doing this to help anyone. So why do you keep opening your goddamn mouth? Well, metaphorically speaking, you kept going after Nathan for his stance on AI, which of course I don't fully agree with. But after everything you've said, I have an easier time believing that you're just pissy about people dunking on you. So you're gonna use whatever ammo you have to criticize Nathan, who is the very person who claims that Jacob did not know about the strikes. You boast about the fact that there are voice actors who agree with you. Are these the same actors that have been outed as still working for these companies that you're supposedly fighting against? Why don't you say anything about them? You virtue signal about how you use dark humor that you're not proud of anymore. Use your platform to lecture people about abuse while ignoring blatant abuse of people you don't like. And how you hype yourself on the fact that other members of the industry are siding with you? For someone who seems to hate corporations, you really are one corporate schmuck. My intention here is not to deplatform you or ruin your reputation.
Well,
You
I
did
mean,
all
yeah,
that yourself. This was all on public.
It's like I said, like, these guys are big anti-corporation until a corporation that does what they want does something, right? Like, that's the other reason why I hate people who are anti-corporation. Because these people are they claim they hate corporations, they want corporations to fall, but let's say what if the corporation is saying what you like? Then all of a sudden now you're not anti-corporation anymore. Now you actually love big corporate now you actually love big corporation now. Big corporation really good now. It's fucking stupid.
Platforms. All of this could have been over if you chose to be professional and keep your damn mouth shut. But you couldn't do that because you're egotistical, impulsive, and emotional. You've made it more than clear that you hate corporations more than you care about individuals. If anyone watching this still wants to support Martin, then please do so. Just keep in mind that the person that reflects him in his content does not represent who he actually is. He is a bitter, entitled
And I want to make it clear, what I mean by that is, like, if, let's say, like, it makes it sound retarded because I know they're fighting for corporations to do better for people. But my point is more so, like, let's say you're fighting because you hate corporations. Corporation does what you like. Yeah, you're super happy, but it might not benefit, like, some other people. If it's just benefiting what you want, then you're going to bend the knee to that said corporation. That's what I mean, but...
Will say
gonna pull up
whatever
the other
he can
video.
to make whoever he doesn't like look like the villain of the story. You're out of life points, Martin.
We can
duel
learn
is
a little
over.
bit about
So
this
after rambling on
SAG-AFTRA.
for this long, what solutions can I provide for this situation? I've always been a firm believer that people can change for the better, unless they have consistently shown that they don't want to. While Martin has consistently been a nagging scumbag throughout all this, I still think he can come back. My first suggestion would be to please get the fuck off social media and focus on real life things. Go to a thrift store or watch some movies from your childhood. Just please stay out of this stuff for now. Cool off
to
for
a
a little
thrift
bit
store.
so you
What
can
is he
come
gonna
back
do
with
there,
a more
man?
level-headed train of thought. If you don't want to do
Go
that,
to a
then
thrift
spend your
store.
time on social media focusing on other things. Maybe some more positive things for once. While I firmly stand by that I don't believe Little Karibo is a good person, at the very least I do believe that some of his morals are intact. And I believe that if he approached these things in a not so brazen manner, then he can be a more positive influence instead of talking to people like they're 5. Other than that, I really don't have anything else. He has forever tainted.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this guy's like fucking evil, but he just seems very performative. He's just very performative, which is annoying. I don't like performative people. I don't like people like that. That's what he comes off as. He's just annoying. He seems kind of just like I said, he just seems extremely annoying. He just does what he does to kind of be part of the... How do I put this? He just says what he says. It seems like he says what he says to just be part of the bigger group so he can be like... So he can get a win, essentially. He just wants to be part of the bigger group so he can get a win. He wants to be part of the winning side so he can get that victory. So he can feel like he's on top. So he can get praise. He'll say specific things so that certain people will praise him. That's what he does it for. He's like a retard. That's actually a good... That's actually, he's like a retard. That's actually, yeah, I think that's right. All right. Now to learn about SAG-AFTRA or whatever it's called, because now AFTRA or whatever it's called, because I'm very intrigued by this now because I don't know too much about it and I'd like to learn a little bit more.
July
about it.
26, 2024, the biggest video game strike in history took place. The 160,000 SAG-AFTRA union members were prevented from working on any video games from the publishers included in that strike. The reasoning behind this was the fact that AI was going to take over their jobs unless they got the studios to agree to new contract terms protecting their performers.
Okay,
What
that
many
makes
weren't
sense.
expecting though is that after 8 months, the strike would produce no results. And players started to feel the impact. But even though that was the case, the majority was still on their side, fully and unconditionally hoping that they get the rights that they deserve. This is why it was so incredibly shocking to see all the progress of the strike get absolutely squandered in the span of just 1 week because of a few entitled voice actors, specifically ones that worked on Genshin Impact. This got so bad that the ones...
No way. Yep, that checks out completely. They all because of a bunch of VAs for Genshin Impact. That checks out completely, bro. Yep, of course it's Genshin Impact that ruins the strike.
supportive
That
community
ruins
has
the-
now
the
called
gr-
for
the
all
community.
of them to be replaced mid-strike, completely catching them by surprise. Even worse, this controversy opened up a can of worms and people started to look into the union itself, the one who organized this strike. This caused an incalculable amount of PR damage to the union as people started to find out its inconsistent, shady, and overall weird history so far. questioning why voice actors and performers in general don't have a better union to represent them. And if that wasn't bad enough, one of the entitled Genshin voice actors that caused this mess posted an 8-minute rant in front of a toilet complaining about all the harassment they've received while saying that they could vomit at any second. By the way, that voice actor voices the most important character in the entirety of Genshin Impact. Guys, this might be my most requested video of all time. Now, there are a few reasons for that, but it's mostly because while it is a crazy situation, it's also one of the most confusing. And seeing that this is definitely going to be an unforgettable part of the internet's history, I thought it would be necessary to talk about it. So, without further ado, let's do this. Alright, so to really understand what's been going on, we have to go back to the absolute fundamentals. What the hell is a labor union anyway? Well, the definition is an organization formed by workers in a particular trade, industry, or company to improve pay, benefits, and working conditions. In other words, when you negotiate your salary, you're negotiating your worth, and as one person versus an entire corporation, the corporation clearly has the advantage over you. There's only so much you can ask for before they say, well, we'll just hire the 1,000 other applicants that wanted this job. The whole point of a union is negotiating as one body of workers versus negotiating individually. That way you can give the company actual consequences for refusing to negotiate, like not working and making them lose a lot of money in the process. That's what striking is, and it's a union's biggest weapon. Unions have actually been around for a long time, ever since the Industrial Revolution, so the 19th century. Many of these new workers in factories were coming from farms and more traditional crafts, and were being treated pretty damn badly by the factory owners. They would decide to group together and negotiate as one. But for the US specifically, most unions fell apart.
It's like those women that burned in that one building.
At the same time, their rights weren't recognized. Unions were not protected in any way legally. This would all drastically change in the year of 1935 when the Wagner Act would be passed under President Franklin Roosevelt. It guaranteed the right of private sector employees to organize into trade unions and engage in collective bargaining. In other words, it gave them the right to negotiate as one body rather than individual workers. And it also, more importantly, gave them the right to strike. From that year onwards, unions started to become way more popular. You wouldn't see them just popping up for trades like construction or plumbing. No, they would literally be everywhere, even in entertainment. You would have a labor union by the name of the Screen Actors Guild, otherwise known as SAG, representing actors in Hollywood, and you would have another union, the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, otherwise known as AFTRA. They would represent everyone else in entertainment, anything from a radio talk show host to a stuntman. We'll get back to SAG and AFTRA in a bit, but for now, just know that this was
then
the
they combined the
age
two
for unions. But just like any golden age, it had to come to an end eventually. This paper by John Addison highlights the pros and cons of unions in America. And while they do have a lot of pros, one can't help but notice that once a union gets powerful enough, it has the potential under bad leadership to become the exact same thing it seeks to fight against.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna try to ask the question of, is I feel like there's an issue with maybe, not saying unions are bad or fighting for wanting, you know, better pay or better conditions is bad. It's not like it's bad or anything, but I feel like there are some unions that could lead to a bad union, and then, you know, they end up just becoming the thing that they were fighting against, which I feel like happens to a lot of things. I feel like that happens to a lot of unions, and a lot of it just happens to a lot of unions. I feel I guess that's all.
A monopoly. As unions started to become more popular and numerous, they would start to have rivalries. At the same time, we'd also see a new invention pop up, a union shop, a workplace that would only hire you if you were a part of its union. This concept wasn't very popular because not everyone wanted to join a union.
That's also the issue. See, that's the issue I also have with these said unions, is exactly what we talked about over here with this guy, where it's literally like, you have to be part of our union. Essentially just saying you have to be part of it. If you're not part of it, I hate you. It's just like, brother, some people just want to like make their money and go. It's kind of like what he brought up earlier when he said like, you can't really negotiate your pay because they'll just go over the other 1,000 applicants who will take lower pay. It's just like, at the end of the day, like, you can get mad at those other people, but those other people need money. Those other people need work. Those other people need something. don't get mad at the person, man. Don't get mad at them. You know, they need the money. They need the opportunity. They'll take the fucking opportunity at any chance they get. Like,
some people didn't want to pay the agency fees.
Not everybody's going to come and fucking
These
join
are
your
fees
cause.
typically taken monthly or yearly to keep the union running, while some others simply just wanted to retain their independence, being freelancers or contractors. But these union shops gave them no choice, and this must be very confusing to you if you're European. In France, for example, employees strike like every week at this point, but only 10% of employees are actually part of a union. That's because in France, if a union successfully gets more rights, like, I don't know, 2 more days of parental leave a year, everyone, regardless if they're in a union or not, gets that benefit. So union shops were definitely counterintuitive. Additionally, what didn't help during the golden age was that some people realized that having a union full of thousands, maybe sometimes hundreds of thousands of employees under your command was very powerful. So you did have a couple of instances where crime syndicates would infiltrate unions to gain power and use that power to extort others. At some point, one of the biggest unions in the country, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, with over 1.3 million members, had their president, Jimmy Hoffa,
Teamsters?
effectively use the $2.2 billion pension fund that was meant for employees' retirement as his personal bank account. He would use it to invest in property, to bribe certain officials, whether politicians or mafia bosses.
Whoa! This doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I'm like, brother, this doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Whoa! People who started a union get big and popular, and they start making immense amount of money, and now all of a sudden they're also big and strong and have so much influence, kind of like a corporation, and now they misuse their community and do terrible things. Whoa. Oh, jeez. Whoa. Didn't see that one coming.
Forbes called it the most abused, misused pension fund in America back in 1980. Just like Uncle Ben told Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility. And some people chose to completely abuse that power. But the killing blow for unions, really the final nail in the coffin, actually came after giving them more rights. You see, the Wagner Act only gave private sector employees the ability to unionize. But on 1962, almost 30 years later, John Kennedy decided to make it possible for public sector employees to unionize as well. This meant that government employees were able to not only create unions, but join them too. There was one very important condition in this executive order though, and that was you are forbidden to strike as a public sector employee. 19 years later, that rule would be broken under the most anti-union president in United States history, Ronald Reagan. In 1981, a union of air traffic controllers by the name of Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization organized a strike. 13,000 of its 17,500 members walked off the job. They all wanted a $10,000 a year pay raise, as well as a 4-day work week as opposed to a 5-day work week. And finally, a full retirement after 20 years of work. Air traffic controllers are technically public sector employees. Ronald Reagan gave them 4 days to get back to work or all be fired. Within 4 days, 1/4 of the striking employees came back. The rest were all fired, which led to the complete decimation of this union. After this incident, strike rates in the country would go down significantly and unions would slowly but surely die out a slow, painful death. As it stands today, private sector unions are at their lowest in the last 50 years. And in most industries, unions are struggling to even keep their current members, except...
See, Marcus, I'm not against unions, but I certainly don't trust them. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. They want power. They want power like any other org. Well, that's my point. I just, it's like, how am I supposed to trust this union to not just want to seek the same thing that these corporations seek as well, right? You're like, at the end of the day, these people asking for pay raises, right, in this union. It's like, sure, that might be a great thing for you, and maybe that's great for these people to get that extra pay and an extra day off. And let's say they actually get it, but let's say they do it again. Let's say they just continue to do it again. When one guy says, I want another pay raise, and then all of a sudden the rest of them are like, hey, we want pay raises too. What the hell? We're going to go on another strike. The problem is, I get where these people are coming from, where maybe they're not making enough to where they feel comfortable. They'd rather have higher pay. They'd rather be paid better. I feel like there needs to be a middle ground, because at the end of the day, these people could just go on a strike over and over and over again and just have control and grab these companies by the balls. And I know a lot of people are probably like, you know, rubbing their hands together like, oh, do you mean I can have the company by the balls? But there's a problem there. Listen, they're the company, all right? They're the fucking company. You know what I mean? Last thing that should be happening is that the people working for them should have the company by the balls. I'm just saying, all right? There's got to be some sort of middle ground here where the company has their power, but the people are also making what they need to make. And they're comfortable and they're happy. That's what needs to be happening. But that's why when you do negotiation, it's supposed to have a long-term solution. Well, I feel like a lot of these guys are not like, how do I put this? I feel like a lot of these guys aren't really looking for like a long-term solution though. Canada Post went on strike this summer for a while. Oh.
For
Canada
one
Post, like a
industry in
newspaper?
particular, and that's entertainment. This brings us back to both SAG and AFTRA, the two
I say
biggest
newspaper,
unions
not
for
newspaper,
anything
but
entertainment
news, like
related.
news stuff.
Seeing that they both practically own the entertainment world, they decided to merge in 2012 to really consolidate their position as the premier union for anything entertainment related. But that's not all. Ever since merging, they have been making bank, dude. From 2012 after merging until 2022, they made over
Collects $1 billion in members. $1 billion in members dues and non-member fees in its first 10. Why? Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Why does a union need this much money? Why does a union need this money? I don't understand. The purpose of the union is for the rights of the actors and actresses and the VAs, right? Why do they need this money? The point is that this union is to fight for these people to get better pay in their positions. But for some reason, that money's actually going to the union now instead. This doesn't make any fucking sense. These things should not be making any money, or maybe just they should have at least little amounts of pay. I don't understand this. This doesn't make any fucking sense. What? I don't get this.
$1 billion in member dues and non-member fees. As if that wasn't enough, its membership climbed to record highs as other
union fees. Do you have to pay fees to be a union? Is that a thing?
unions struggled to even exist. SAG-AFTRA was killing it with a record 171,000 active members paying their fees. I mean, look at these earnings. In 2022 alone, they made over $101 million in membership fees. How is that even possible? Well, it might have to do with the fact that in order to join them, you have to pay a $3,000.
I actually like the idea of unions. The issue is there needs to be a regulation on what unions should do, how much money they should have as an org. Well, yeah, this is an example. Why the fuck does this union have this much fucking money? Their operational cost of running a union. Yeah, but I don't think you need this much. And I also don't think you need $1 billion from your members to be able to run your union. You know what I mean? Like, I understand. Here's the thing that I would understand more. I would understand if, like, let's say the leaders of the union are people who, like, have money, so they put the money into the union for the betterment of the people that are part of their union. But expecting everybody else to chip in and pay for it is, like, such a red flag to me, right? It feels like such a red flag. It's almost like religion, right? Like when we dishonor, like, religion, when they walk around and ask for money, right? Like, at the end of the day, you shouldn't be giving money into, like, the churches, and you shouldn't be giving money into, like Scientology. You shouldn't be giving money into, like, Scientology. It's just
initiation fee, but that's only the beginning, because after joining you have to pay over $236 a year, as well as
the entire point of a labor union is to help
of any money you earn every year in order to stay in the union. Even by labor union
that doesn't make
standards,
sense to me.
A lot. So what do they offer in return?
You can't, like, I don't get that. You can't be a union member for free. I would completely understand if the union said, "Hey, we take donations. right? If you want to donate to the cause and to the union, you can. But to be a member, it is free to be a member of the union. You don't have to pay to be a member of the union. All right, we're here to fight for your rights, but we do take donations. That would make sense. But the whole idea that you have to pay to be a fucking member is like already the biggest red flag in my eyes.
Well, they offer healthcare as well as pension/retirement plans like most unions. Oh, they have deals and discounts as well as discount films. Okay, you know what? It's totally worth the price tag. But you want to know what's even better? After paying $3,000 to join, you only get health coverage if you meet applicable earnings thresholds. And you only get pension contributions when you're working SAG-AFTRA contracts only. Okay, that seems like the bare minimum. I don't know why this guy's staring at me the way he is. It's creeping me out. But hey, listen, the entire point of SAG-AFTRA is that they fight for you, right? That's what a union does. Collective bargaining. And that's what they claim to do. SAG-AFTRA is on your side when it comes to contracts, representatives, safety, diversity, you name it. So were they able to step up when actors and performers faced an existential threat? Maybe, but not for everyone. Picture yourself as a university student on November 2022. You have a dissertation to present next week and ChatGPT just came out. This was revolutionary for any student. And while it was really cool to have an AI be able to write so much with such little prompts, things went from cool to concerning when Sora came out, capable of creating videos just from prompts. Immediately, there was a big concern, not just over all the things they stole to make this.
To be honest, all the Sora videos I see are just like, I keep getting these like stupid like videos from Sora of like these cats or dogs showing up at the doors of like old people's homes. And then the old person opens up the door and they're either like, what the hell do you want? And then the cat or the dog just shoots like fucking blast water out of their mouths. It just destroys the house. That's all I keep seeing. That's all I ever see. It's fucking awesome. It's so fucking awesome.
But over the fact that greedy studio executives would probably see this as an opportunity to cut even more costs from already terrible Hollywood movies. And in 2023, that's exactly what happened. A Marvel show by the name of Secret Invasion, meant for Disney Plus, used AI for its opening credits sequence. Only AI, nothing else, just AI. It looked terrible. And that got people panicking. This was barely 1 year after ChatGPT. It clearly looked bad, but it was approved anyway. What else are studios willing to do now? This is when SAG-AFTRA and its biggest members decided to step up and fight for the average common actor's rights. In the summer of 2023, a vote was held over whether to strike or not, and the majority, more than 93% of SAG-AFTRA members voted yes. So it was official, they were all ordered to strike, meaning that they couldn't work on any movies or series or even participate in any promotional material. And after 118 days of striking, they finally were able to reach a deal with the top studios in Hollywood for many different things, including compensation, residuals, and AI protections. There was only one small problem though. This enormous victory, as SAG-AFTRA called it, only applied for people working in cinema or theater, or just Hollywood in general, but had nothing to do with the profession that is most vulnerable to the rise of artificial intelligence, voice acting.
Voice acting,
When I said that SAG-AFTRA represents everyone in entertainment, I meant it. They represent everyone. They're practically a monopoly. This includes anyone.
That's so awesome. They come to an agreement. Dude. That's awesome. So they do this whole strike. They do this because they don't want AI and all their shit. And they go into the room and they claimed all their people. They're like, hey, we fight for you. We're fighting for everybody. We're on your side. They reach the agreement. Then they say, yeah, we just kind of forgot about you guys. We just kind of forgot. Yeah. Because VAs are the ones that are most vulnerable to this. Like, if there's anybody who you should be fighting for when it comes to AI, it should be VAs. So you gotta love that they fought for everything else but VAs. They got everybody else but the VAs. Brother, that is the most vulnerable group of individuals who are going to be affected by AI. like at the end of the day, right? Like if AI is like put into like a movie, right? It's not really gonna make you like, no one's making like an AI movie where the movie is entirely AI. All right, you're still gonna get your acting job. You're still gonna get your physical acting job. But VAs can easily be replaced by AI, very easily. It's not that hard. This is actually like hilarious.
When doing voiceover, we're talking voice actors for games, for anime, for just about anything. But let's not forget that video games also have actors, singers, dancers, stunt actors, motion capture artists, and a bunch of different performers under SAG-AFTRA. So technically speaking, all of these people were left behind during that strike in 2023. This was a very big problem because these performers were paying this,
and they're the easiest ones to replace with AI. They fought for this and they called it a big victory. In reality, they didn't win anything. They got people who acted in Hollywood to not get replaced by AI. Brother, they agreed to this. The corporations agreed to this because they weren't going to use AI in that to begin with. Fuck me, man. They weren't gonna do it to begin with, brother. These are movies. They're gonna hire actors, brother. Nobody's gonna watch an AI movie, and no one's gonna make an AI movie. That's not gonna happen. And if it does happen, it's probably not gonna make any fucking money, and it's probably not gonna do well, and people are not going to pay to see it. Like, come on, man. They agreed to nothing. They basically agreed to nothing. It's kind of like the Luka Doncic trade with the Mavericks, dude. They basically just did that. They're the Mavericks. They gave away Luka Doncic for like a for whatever was in the Lakers' pocket. Like, that's what they did. I think this is why labor unions should be limited specifically in its importance to local communities. Least money to lose from voice acting union fees. They'd have to make money.
the same fees and dues as Hollywood actors, and we're in an industry that is way more likely to use AI compared to Hollywood, as evidenced by recent developments. This has gotten so problematic that layoffs have been increasing while AI initiatives have been getting more and more funding. It's gotten so unbearable that game developers are getting so fed up with their boss's obsession with AI. Now, for a while, people didn't really take these warnings very seriously. I mean, who actually thinks that AI can replace real developers, right? Well, recently we got a peek as to what the future could look like, and it's not looking good at all. On March 20th, 2025, Ark Survival Evolved released a trailer for an upcoming expansion. This is genuinely one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, look at this. This is really bad. It obviously was disliked bombed. People hated it, but that's not really going to be enough of a reason for developers not to use AI. And while yes, this looks terrible and video generation still has a very long way to go before looking decent, voice-related AI tools are already worryingly very good. One quick Google search and you can find many different websites, sometimes free, able to fully clone a voice, and the only thing they need is just a short audio clip of that person talking. Some of them are so good that the AI voice doesn't sound monotone, like it won't be talking like this. It'll be able to scream, sometimes even able to whisper, and sometimes even exhibit some form of emotion, depending on how good the audio sample you give it is. Many voice actors have been feeling existential for years now. Is this it? Are they even needed anymore now that AI has gotten so good? So seeing that SAG-AFTRA so heroically stood up to the dangers of AI for its actors in cinema, it only made sense for them to do the same thing for its voice actors and motion capture artists when it came to video games, since they represented them too, right? Well, it took them a little while, but in the summer of 2024, they finally decided to go on strike for video game performers. The SAG-AFTRA president said, "We're not going to consent to a contract that allows companies to abuse AI to the detriment of our members. Enough is enough. When these companies get serious about offering an agreement our members can live and work with, we will be here ready to negotiate." This strike is happening because after 2 years of negotiation, they couldn't reach an agreement with 10 video game studios in particular.
Listen, man, I'm going to be honest with AI. We're only going two ways with this in the future. Either AI is going to become completely outlawed and it's going to become like illegal almost. Like either that's going to happen or nothing is going to happen and AI is just going to consume everything. I feel like there's no like in between. I think it's either that's what's going to happen or, you know, or it gets completely outlawed. I feel like there's like no in between for it.
particular.
Just
The
like-
whole point of this strike is to not work for these companies in particular, and
That's
it.
my
This
game
isn't
theory.
An industry-wide strike. It only affects Activision, Blindlight, Disney Character Voices, Electronic Arts Productions, Epic Games, Formosa Interactive, Insomniac Games, Take-Two Productions, VoiceWorks Productions, and Warner Bros. Games. That's it. Under union rules, you cannot work for any of these companies, but no one is stopping you from working for any other company. SAG-AFTRA didn't really frame it that way though. They said, we're fighting for our survival, and they made it seem like they were striking over the entire industry. This strike affects roughly 2,600 SAG-AFTRA members. And as I mentioned earlier, this wasn't just about voice actors, it was also about motion capture artists, stunt performers, singers, dancers, and it even prohibited people from participating.
This labor union literally has the money to implement new gaming studios for voice actors to work in and all this shit, and it is all for nothing. I mean, I was gonna say, I feel like with the money you have, can't you offer work for individuals and create your own studio for individuals who, like, essentially just going like, hey, we're not going to use AI, we won't use any of it, we're going to source our own, like, we'll source people to our own place and you guys can work here. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know if that's like a thing that unions can do, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that'd be an option. Oh, Mrao, thank you for the raid.
In camera tests, rehearsals, auditions. It was a complete embargo on video game work.
I'm
for
nice
these
and full.
developers.
I'm nice and
you know
full
what?
and round.
It was really hard to find anyone opposing the strike online. It seemed like everyone was on these performers' sides. Yes, you deserve to be protected from AI. SAG-AFTRA claimed that the contract would also have better healthcare options and higher pay. Who would be opposed to that? People wanted to see them succeed.
Hi,
But we're
Mrao.
in 2020.
Hi, Mrao fans. Hi, I'm big and full, and I'm round and full. Oh, so full and round. Oh.
5 now, and after more than 200 days of striking, SAG-AFTRA says that they're nowhere near close in agreement with these affected studios, saying that the latest contracts proposed by them have alarming loopholes. SAG-AFTRA doubled down, saying that we have proposed a deal to these studios that includes wage increases of over 15% for SAG-AFTRA represented performers in video games, as well as enhanced health and safety protections and industry-leading terms of use for AI digital replicas in-game and additional compensation for the use of an actor's performance in other games. But here's the thing, if you're a gamer, there's a good chance that you had no idea that the strike
Hello, Rekahedron. Hello, Mira. Hello, Somatic. I'm very big, full tummy. Oh, big and full.
was happening to begin with. So what gives? The whole
Evil
point
Marcus?
of the strike is to delay the game.
Let me see if I say this name right. Sorry, we have the ats. I don't know how to change the ats, but it's so easy. Hi.
Games currently in development by the studios that are affected. So since Take-Two is involved, for example, GTA 6 is probably experiencing some delays with voice acting. But since it hasn't come out yet, you as a consumer haven't really felt the strike in any way. Unless, for whatever reason, you played Genshin Impact. You see, even though Genshin Impact's developer Hoyoverse is not part of the strike in any way and has always been a non-union project, it's never been a union project, a big part of the
Hi, by the way, Mrowlets, we're learning about SAG-AFTRA. It's like a union for basically anybody in the VAs, for actors, actresses, anybody in that like space. And I guess apparently voice actors from Genshin Impact completely ruined the union, I guess. Not surprised, by the way, not surprised, but
their voice acting talent for their English
They got
dub
greedy.
happens
They
to
got-
be
they
SAG-AFTRA
got greedy.
members, and those voice actors have decided to strike the game. Unlike the other games being striked, this one is a live service game that has updates come out periodically with voiced quests. This means that ever since the strike, many of the patches coming out have had completely mute characters
Lex
when you
Lufa.
play with the English dub, and the players have been
hi, it's Mriglets. Okay, Mriglets. Sorry. Hello, Mriglets. I mean, to be fair, yeah, this isn't really a union anymore. They make a lot of money. They're kind of like their own corporation at this point. It's not really a union. But
feeling it.
I'm gonna
So
touch
that's where
Marcus. Hi,
things
Big Aaron.
get kind of weird. In their FAQ section, they have this question here. I'm a SAG-AFTRA member, but I'm tempted to take a non-union job to make ends meet, like Genshin Impact. Why is that a bad thing? I'm just trying to earn a living. To which they answer, non-union work undercuts the union's ability to negotiate the best contracts possible for you. If non-union producers can hire the best in the business for next to nothing, they have no incentive to go union. Additionally, non-union work allows producers to pay less and avoid paying residuals and retirement benefits. It also subjects you to longer unpaid work hours and potentially hazardous working conditions. And when you work off the card and run into problems, the union can't help you because the project wasn't produced under the SAG-AFTRA contract. Working off the card not only contributes to the growth of non-union work, but it puts your membership in jeopardy. Under the union's Global Rule 1, members must work under contract. Consequences for working off the card range from fines to suspension to expulsion from the union.
All I know
yeah,
from
not
Genshin
only
is
are
that
you
it's the
confused,
biggest
I
Gooner
am
game.
too.
It is one of the biggest Gooner games. Hi to Solly.
How is it that the majority of voice actors on Genshin Impact, a non-union project, are SAG-AFTRA affiliated, which directly breaks this rule, but are also striking even though the game isn't part of the strike? It makes absolutely no sense. You know what else doesn't make sense? Around 6 months before the video game strike, SAG-AFTRA signed a deal with a voiceover studio for AI use in video games. This article from Variety says, the company sells AI voices to video game developers from its library of ethically licensed voices. Last year, the company
Ethically sourced AI voices. Guys, don't worry. We ethically source these ones. Yeah, okay. So essentially, they're fighting against AI, use of AI voices in video games and AI uses in voice acting, while also getting their AI voices for video games, but they're doing it ethically licensed and sourced. So you don't gotta worry. SAG-AFTRA's doing it ethically. Free range VAs, not those battery farm ones. W Green Energy AI. Ethically licensed is crazy.
company announced a new iteration of
Butterfed
smart
free-range
NPCs, non-playable
VAs.
characters that could use OpenAI or other language models to interact with video game players. This deal pertains only to digital replicas, using AI to recreate the voice of a real performer, living or dead. This obviously divided the hell out of voice actors in SAG-AFTRA. It's like, what? You just did.
Ethically sourced dead people. Ethically sourced dead voice actors and ethically sourced dead like actors. Yes. Yes. I love it when they're ethically sourced.
Did a strike for actors for like over 100 days, and now you're signing this and you haven't even covered video game actors yet? Weird. I think disappointment is the first word that comes to mind with both announcements. Amber Warnock Estrada, a video game journalist and aspiring voice actor, said, "We were all just like, what was the point of the strikes?" Marcus Rothenberg, a full-time voice actor, echoed the same disappointment. "The union didn't consult their members," Rothenberg said. "I know people that had never heard anything about this until the deal went through." You know what else is interesting? For Genshin Impact specifically, Hoyoverse uses a studio established in the US by the name of Side. That means that they don't hire voice actors directly.
What's up?
They hire a studio that gets them actors.
You need an
on their
ethically
behalf.
sourced VA?
Side also happens to have very strict AI protections in their contract. So what are the voice actors striking exactly against Genshin? No one really knew, and no one really bothered to research. Look, this is the Genshin Impact subreddit, in which someone posted an update on the strikes. Look at the top comment. Nice. Hopefully the negotiations are swift and in actors'
Marcus
favor,
Rothenberg, is
even though
that
the
you? You got me. Hey, you got me. It was me. It was me. You got me. Fuck you, Solly.
game they were playing was practically voiceless, right? They saw the voice actors voicing some of their favorite characters go on strike for their rights against AI, and they supported them fully. If there was any frustration from the players, it was actually towards Hoyoverse. Why the hell don't they sign the contract? Why is it so hard for them to give voice actors the rights that they deserve and protection against AI? This was the attitude that most of the community was exhibiting, and everyone was mostly hoping for a peaceful resolution until people started getting fired. Zenless Zone Zero is a game made by the same developer of Genshin Impact. One of the characters in this game is Von Lycaon. He's really fun to play.
A furry. A furry. You could play a fucking furry. Okay.
Made to appeal to the very rich furries. Ever since release, his voice actor was Nicholas Thurkettle, and the community loved him. However, in early 2025, his dialogue in new patches would end up being unvoiced. You see, the strikes against Genshin Impact weren't the only ones. Every Hoyoverse game was affected, including Zenless Zone Zero. So people assumed Nicholas was just participating in the strikes like everyone else. But on March 12th, 2025, he tweeted this out, saying, "Proxies," which is the name of the player in Zenless Zone Zero, "I'm learning about this as you are and I share your shock. Neither Hoyoverse nor Sound Cadence," which is the studio that Hoyoverse hired specifically for Zenless Zone Zero, "has communicated with me since October. I've been fully available and recorded multiple voice jobs in that time. I'm trying to learn more and absorb this news." On March 12th, 2025, Nicholas, as well as the community, found out that he was recasted. Another voice actor had effectively replaced him as Von Lycaon, shocking the entire community.
I have like a why doesn't like you know how they're like replicating like voices and whatnot, right? Let's say like somebody replicates your voice. Why don't we just make like a rule or like some sort of like law or something that makes it so that they have to pay you, like they have to pay you to use your voice in the game or credit you or anything if they get it from like AI. Let's say they get it from like AI, they still have to pay you for it because it's your voice. So even though they're getting it from like AI, they still have to pay you. So at that point, it leaves companies up to this like whole idea that it's like, should we just hire them? Or like at this point, we're just going to hire them then because we have to pay them regardless. Because the only reason why they're using the AI voice is because they're doing it for free. They're using your voice for free. Yeah, royalties. Like something on the lines of like royalties for using your like voice being put into like AI. ZZZ is the one Queeman plays. Queeman plays these types of games? Oh, he's like a little gooner, dude. I didn't know that.
A bit over an hour later, another voice actress by the name of Emery Chase had this to say: "Hey Proxies, I was replaced as Soldier 11.
That should have been the rule SAG-AFTRA used. That's what I was thinking. Like, if AI is going to inevitably happen, at least make it so that these AIs have to charge, not AIs, but either you can, these, like, you can put your voice into these AI systems, like, for money or whatever, or, like, something on the lines of, like, if somebody actually uses your voice, they have to pay you the royalties. Because if you notice your voice is being used in a game that you didn't consent to, you can simply just go, hey, I didn't tell you could use my voice. Pay me my money, bitch. And then there you go. Problem solved.
Another character in Zenless Zone Zero, because I am unwilling to perform work not covered by a SAG interim agreement during a strike for AI protections, the outcome of which will determine the future of our industry. Any other theories that pop up are incorrect. I'd like to clarify that there's a difference between being struck and not being on an interim agreement. Union projects that began work prior to the strike and non-union projects are not struck, but they also do not offer the union-enforced AI rights we are fighting for. Many actors are choosing to voluntarily withhold work on these categories of projects because we feel it is the best way to support the union's fight for the protections that are critical to our continued ability to create the art we love. I knew that by withholding work, it was possible I'd be replaced, though of course I hope they would choose to leave her silent until I was—
Hold on. Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero. Okay, hold on. Zenless Zone Zero. Let's see. Let's look at this. So this is what Queeman plays. This is what Queeman plays. What do you do in this game? Does he play as the furry? Does he play as the furry? ZZZ has the most furries? Don't worry. I think I'm okay. I think I'm safe. I don't think they're gonna show me like evil porn if I look it up, alright? I'm just looking up the game. I don't know. He's not really beating the allegations. It's looking like he's a gooner. It's looking like he might be a gooner. It's legit the same as all the Hoyoverse games? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see. Is your save search on? Probably. I'd imagine it is. I don't like turn it off. I don't turn safe search off. I don't even know how to turn it on or off. You probably only got sucked in from the Bernie's meme with Frieza. He got sucked into the game.
Was able to return.
They do that? They suck you in?
Today alongside all of you. I loved working on Zenless Zone Zero and would have been thrilled to return to the project post-strike or with an interim agreement, but I stand by my choices regardless of the outcome. All my best wishes to the cast and the production team.
He admits
Thank
playing
you for a
Honey
great
Pop.
ride, Proxy.
I guess to
So
be
there you
fair,
have
okay,
it.
to be fair, I watched YouTubers play Honey Pop when it came out back in the day. I remember. But I've never played Honey Pop. What's the closest game I think to a Gooner game I've ever played is I think Doki Doki. I played Doki Doki. If we're not counting games that I was either paid to play. Cuz if I'm paid to play like yeah, if your credit card can afford it. Is it expensive or is it one of those games where you have to pay a lot of money for like certain things, like pay to win type of game? Fuck. No, I'm not. I've never played any of these like Genshin Impact games. Like I said, the closest I've ever gone is Doki Doki. And then, oh, actually, you know what? There was a recent one, but it's like a horror game. Mika or something? It's the one where like you get sucked into a video game and you're like hanging out with like the girl that's supposed to be the girl you take care of on your phone, the guy, and then like she's like actually turns out she's like evil and wants to like murder you. I can't remember. I'm just listening to you. I'm listening to you burnings to reach over for the phone and let you know I'm so glad you don't play these freak games. Oh, okay. It's gotcha and pay to win. I see. I mostly just like unironically, hello Merker. Hello Goat. The games that I've played, which I'll be honest, I've only been playing one game recently, and that's State of Decay. I've just been playing State of Decay like every single day. That's about it. I haven't really played anything else. It's been a while since I booted up any like multiplayer S-style games. I really want to get back into... I've wanted to get back into playing like Apex. I know you guys can shit on me for that, but Apex was my game. Like Apex is the one that I've played like a lot. But I just know the game's not as good as it used to be, and I don't really want to boot it up again. But I wish I could.
Even though Hoyoverse is not part of the official SAG-AFTRA strike, Emery, as well as many other actors who are SAG-AFTRA and working for Hoyoverse...
Oh, and my friend has been kind of trying to get me to play League of Legends. I've never played League of Legends before. I've only played it like once, and I didn't understand how to play, and he's trying to get me to play it, and I don't want to because I know it's evil, but maybe give it a try. I don't know.
Decided to strike independently from their union in solidarity with the actual strike. This was all in an effort to make Hoyoverse sign the agreement, even though they technically weren't part of the actual
He's an Apex player from back in the day.
Nicholas Thurkettle quote tweeted Emery's tweet and said, "This is what I've been quiet about.
I mean, fuck
I'm
it.
not
I'd play
sad,
with
but
Chud.
What game companies want
I
to
would
do
play
with
with
AI
Chud.
is an
It's been a while
existential
since I
threat.
played,
I
though.
took a personal stand to ask for protection and had to be willing to give up the best thing that's ever happened in my professional life. I stand by my choice." But this kind of didn't really make sense in regards to his first tweet. Someone replied with, "So you were aware that they did reach out to you regarding returning to the role and you turned it down knowing you could potentially be recasted for this choice, and then run off to Twitter to say they never reached out to you since October?" Things weren't really making much sense,
Confusing.
but at the same time, people were still on the voice
Hi,
actor
Gamma.
side. I mean, they were
State of
claiming that
Decay
they
is
were
my shit.
fighting for their...
I love State of Decay. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Been sitting on the ground too long. Hi, Shinny. Hi. I'd play with Chud. It's been a long time since I played. You know, the funniest thing about when I play these games, I played back in like high school with my friends. It's kind of like with I played a lot of Fortnite, and me and my friends played so much that we wanted to try to go pro. And right when we get to that point where we're doing so well, we stop playing. And the same thing happened with Apex. We were grinding the shit out of Apex, playing every single fucking day, getting really fucking good. I can't remember the ranks and how the systems were going, but I think we were all up. I think this was before Apex Predator existed, or I think Apex Predator was a thing. I think it was before it existed. I think we reached master, and then we just stopped playing. We reached like master, and then we stopped playing. Which is like retarded. Like if I just like kept playing, I feel like we could have gone somewhere. Especially Apex, because it's perfect because it's only 3 players. And you only need, you know, obviously you only need the 3 people. And it was me and my 2 friends. And we were goated. We were so good. We were so good. And then we just stopped. It's fucking retarded. Be yourself. Be yourself. No, Marcus, get down. The bees are back. Be
existence.
Be yourself.
Don't do this.
Be
AI
kind.
will replace
Be
them
kind.
fully. So they were excused for the sake of the bigger picture. These tweets made the actual studio, Soundcaddens, have to make some sort of a statement because a lot of theories were running rampant. This is what they had to say. From top to bottom, Soundcaddens Studios is a community of artists. As concerns have been raised regarding how we work with our voice actors, we wanted to take this opportunity to clarify where we stand and how we operate. Every contract at our studio features explicit AI protections regardless of union status. Much of our staff are actors themselves and could not in good conscience offer other performers work we would not be willing to take. The decision to recast talent on any project is not made lightly. While sometimes our hands are tied as to what we can communicate and when, we understand how personally actors take their roles, and always want to ensure that no one is ever blindsided. Our studio has and will continue to honor legacy casting on all projects we've inherited whenever possible, and always reach out to actors to reprise their roles before investigating any other options. We respect the decisions of all actors in navigating the ongoing strike and fully support SAG-AFTRA and its AI negotiations. The passion of fan communities for video game characters and the people who bring them to life is further evidence that real human actors matter, and we will continue to bring voices to our clients' projects in the most human way
Be
possible.
free.
Look,
Be free.
things became even more confusing with this statement because they said, we'll always reach out to actors to reprise their roles before investigating any other options. But Nicholas claimed that he wasn't contacted for over 4 months. Additionally, Emery claims that she was doing this for AI protections, but they're already present in the Soundcaddens contract. She then specified that she only wants to work on a project that has an interim agreement, so a SAG-AFTRA contract. But she was working on this game before the strike, which meant that she was a union member working a non-union project, which is against SAG-AFTRA's policies. Does a single thing here make sense? No. But
No.
again, it didn't matter. People were still siding with the voice actors because this was the voice actor fighting against evil corporations and AI. They were always given the benefit of the doubt. Until one day, all of the goodwill they had from all the community would come crashing down on their faces. Kinich is a Genshin Impact character available in its newest region. At some point, much like many other characters in Genshin Impact, his English dub would go silent, and people had correctly assumed that much like all the other actors, his actor was also on a SAG-AFTRA strike. But then, that voice actor, John Patnode, posted this statement on March 26, 2025, saying, "Hey everyone, if you've been playing the latest 5.5 update in Genshin Impact and are hearing Kinich speak for the first time in 6 months, it's not my voice, I've been recast. I've been withholding voiceover services during the SAG-AFTRA interactive strike because Hoyoverse wouldn't offer AI protections in the form of a SAG interim agreement. They'd kept my character's dialogue silent for months, all the while I had made the difficult decision to continue not going in until an interim agreement was signed, and this was ultimately why I was recast. Now obviously, a recast is not what I wanted. I'd hoped that any progress behind the scenes would be made and I would come back safely, or that if recast auditions went out, my colleagues wouldn't read for them. Unfortunately, I was wrong. I absolutely adored playing Kinich. Genshin was my comfort game during the early parts of the pandemic, and it was a dream of mine to book a playable character. At the time,
I
didn't
actually have like a genuine dead ass question for anybody. Does anybody here actually play these games? And if you do, are they like genuinely fun, or are they like, I guess if you play them, they are fun to you, but I just don't like, what is the appeal? What do you do in these games? What's like the appeal of these games? Is there like, is it like monster fighting? Is that what it is? Like, do you like fight monsters or something? No, it gets boring fast. Okay. I just assumed it was like monster fighting. I think you would like Genshin. Really? it's kind of like Breath of the Wild. I've actually never played Breath of the Wild. You know what's funny? I have Breath of the Wild. I've never played it. I got it from my wife. Got it for my wife so she could play it, but I've actually never played it. Genshin is supposed to be like Weeb Breath of the Wild. Okay. Tectone played Genshin and we saw what happened to him, so I steered clear of it. Story, open world, you grind weekly to get maybe the item you need to upgrade. Dungeons cost currency that replenish over time daily. Overrated games, but they're pretty chill. Interesting. I don't like the idea that it's like a currency-based system where you get like currency based off time or daily stuff. I'm not a big fan of that because I know that Breath of the Wild is not like that. I know that you can just like Breath of the Wild is you just play the game. It's not like a daily thing where you have to get in and like do specific things. But I don't know. And of course, getting the character you want is locked behind money. Okay. Okay. So far, it seems like it's not bad. It's just a tad overrated, it seems.
Agent, didn't live in LA or had any connections that would get me close, but 4 years later, I did it, and the messages I've received from you all saying how much my performance as Kinich meant to you made my heart swell. I would and can return if Hoyo invites me back and signs an interim. I stand by my choices regardless of the outcome. Also, the strike is still ongoing. Please don't believe this information on the internet. My best wishes to the cast and the production team. Thank you for everything, JP. This came as an absolute shock to the entire community, because here there wasn't some weird conflicting story. This was John saying, hey guys, I'm striking and I was directly recast because of that strike. Genshin is also a bigger game than Zenless Zone Zero, so of course the stakes were higher. I also want to point out that getting an English dub role in Genshin Impact is actually a huge deal. Due to the massive popularity that this game gained during the pandemic, they were one of the main beneficiaries of its popularity. This allowed them to grow their social media followings substantially, allowing them to land more roles. It was a major stepping stone in the industry. So getting a role here, as well as losing it, is a very big deal. But typically, when someone gets recasted in a controversial way, like with what happened with Emery, the replacement keeps it secret, at least for a while. This time though, it wasn't silent at all, and it created total
My roommate
chaos.
doesn't like video games. Dude, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't know how people cannot like video games. I like genuinely don't get it. I do not understand when people say I don't like video games. Cause like my question to you is like, what do you do? Like what my question is kind of like, what do you do for fun? Like I get maybe like you watch like TV shows or maybe watch shows. Maybe that's like what you like to do, but you don't like a little variety? Like I like people who play video games, like they like watching shows and movies and stuff. But it's like he's like 50, so okay. So he's older, so he's not like used to it. He didn't grow up playing it, so that's fine. But I don't like, especially in today's time, I don't think I've ever met a person who's like my age who doesn't like video games. Like, it just feels like it's impossible to not like video games. It's just like, like I said, like, what do you do in a day? Like, what would you do? Like, not saying that video games are the only source of fun, but like, saying you can't get fun out of video games to me seems a bit strange. Like, I understand maybe wanting to go out and do stuff, right? But like, I don't want to go out and do stuff every day. Like, maybe there's some days where I want to stay home and just relax and play a video game. Or maybe there's some days where I want to watch, like, a bunch of movies and just, like, binge watch. Or maybe there's some days where I want to go out and go, like, bowling with friends or something. Or maybe go, like, fucking go out with my wife and do some stuff outside. Like, take her out to eat or something or go do stuff. Like, but, like, I've never met a person who, like, unironically is, like... I've never met a person who's just like, video games? Yeah, I'm never doing those. I can't stand them. Like, it's just weird, I guess. There were games when he was a kid. 50 isn't an excuse. I guess that's true, actually. Yeah, we're at a time where 50, like, there were games back then. If you're hitting 50 these days, there were games. Get your roommate on phone games to start. Yeah, get him on that Plants vs. Zombies grind. Get him on the Clash Royale, Clash of Clans grind. Yeah, what about board games? Okay, board games. I like board games, though. I love board games. I'm a big board game guy. If I'm not playing video games, I'm playing board games with my wife. Like I'm playing like card games, like special card games and board games. I play these like certain ones. These. Let me. No, that's not it. Fuck, I forgot the name of the games. No. There we go. I think this is the name of the company. I play fuck here to okay. Casting Shadows. I like that one. There's one called Here to Slay. It's really good. And then what was the other one? Command of Nature. Command of Nature is one of my favorite board games. I really like that game. Board game, quote unquote board game. It's not really a board game. It's a card game, but Marcus, let's play RV there yet? Yeah, we can play that game sometime. I don't like phone games. No, for me, I mean with people who are like, I don't like games. I'm sure they've played cards or board games. Oh, yeah, but I mean, I'm talking like video games, I guess. Like, I'll break it down to video games specifically, where it's like, I don't understand how somebody could say they don't like video games, because I feel like there's a video game that's out there that's for everybody, right? Like, especially in today's time. Like, I feel like even if you're an old person, there's definitely a video game out there that you would enjoy. Like, I physically cannot comprehend how somebody might just be like, yeah, video games, I fucking hate them. I can't stand them. I don't like playing them. Like, I just don't really get it. Like, how can you hate video games? I guess. It just doesn't really make sense. Dude, I worked with played nothing but Plants vs. Zombies. Fuck, I love Plants vs. Zombies. I get it. I've met people who just play I literally have met people who only play Clash games. They play Clash Royale and Clash of Clans, and that's all they play all day. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Dead of Winter is zombies. Fuck. I had hair in my mouth, sorry. He would say he would play a racing game with a steering wheel. See? There's something. Hey, there's something. I remember when Plants vs. Zombies used to be a game you played on a website. I know. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. Grandma Skyrim player was a queen. Oh, your grandma? Wait, Grandma Skyrim player was a... Wait, is this like your grandma or someone else? My IRL friend only likes League of Legends. He owns no other video game. He has 2,000 hours in LoL. Holy fucking shit. See, this is exactly why I don't want to get into League of Legends. I like watching it. I like watching pro play. I just don't like... I don't think I'm going to like the game in general. I don't think I'm going to enjoy playing it. I just can't imagine like that being the only game you play and putting that many hours in it.
Same day, the voice actor...
She was a famous streamer? Oh, okay. So an old lady Skyrim player, okay.
Takanashi would post this on Twitter, saying, "Roll announcement. I'm honored to join the English cast of Genshin Impact as the voice of Kinnich. Taking up the mantle of Malipo is a privilege, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to carry the flame from the previous flame bearer, John, who did an incredible job. Those are big shoes to fill, and I promise to give it my all out of respect for him, for Hoyoverse, and for you, the fans. Thank you to Diana for their amazing direction and for helping me navigate the intricacies of this incredible game, and to Side Tokyo and Hoyoverse for the honor of bringing Kinnich to life. I'm deeply grateful for the privilege of entertaining you all." Now, yeah, you're probably expecting the Genshin community to be divided on this, with some people completely shitting on Jacob and others
Watch
supporting
Grandpa
him.
Gaming. Is that guy that like plays like Call of Duty and snipes like from fucking crazy distances? And is like teaches people like how to actually do it? Here, hold on. Grandpa Gaming. 1 million. 1 million. God damn. Yeah, it is this guy. It is this guy. I know who you're talking about. I know this guy. He plays like fucking FPSs where he just like snipes. Doesn't he have like... Yeah, I fucking love this guy. I love this guy. He's so good too. He's so fucking good.
No one was expecting, though, is that...
Yeah, 70, it's hilarious. 70-year-old war veteran. Yeah. Yeah, he's a fucking war veteran, and he, like, teaches you how to, like, actually hit the shot or whatever. He just... It's just kind of... It's, like, the biggest, like, yeah, this is how we did it back in Nam. I like watching LoL players in wet cigarette 3 rank. What does that mean? What does that mean? He's actually insanely good, though. It's not just a gimmick. No, I know. He's, like, actually really good at the games. He, like, hits shots from crazy distances.
Voice actors themselves would join in on the shit show and publicly attack Jacob for taking on this role. There was only one voice actor.
I think
you
might be onto something. I think someone might have accused him of cheating.
Jacob. Every other voice actor in these replies had something negative to say about this. Here are some comments from many voice actors, not just for Genshin Impact. Like, there are many reasons why roles get recast. I personally draw the line with the original actors holding out because they are fighting for better work conditions. I have refused many auditions to take over roles from my peers because I'd never do that to another fellow actor. This was Jacob being publicly called out by a very well-renowned English dub voice actress, but she was far from being the only one. Kaylee Mills, the voice actress behind Keqing in Genshin Impact, someone who greatly benefited from the explosion in popularity the game went through during the pandemic, had this to say: "This is actually kinda diabolical. If you need the money, at least
this is what we just
uncredited."
This is what we just talked about with the whole diabolical shit. We just talked about how these people are like super retarded because it's not that diabolical, all right? Who gives a fuck if this guy gets it? Who the fuck cares if this guy takes the job? First of all, he's not based in America. He's based in Japan. So he doesn't probably know what's going on in American, you know, VA shit. He probably doesn't understand what's going on over here. So he doesn't know about the fucking strike stuff. And secondly, who gives a shit? If somebody needs money and if somebody needs a position and there's a position that's open, and if you choose to not sign your contract because you're holding out because of strike reasons, you chose to be a part of the strike. You chose to be a part of the union. You chose to do this. So expect the possibility of losing your job. Expect the possibility of somebody else taking the role. It's not that big of a deal. These people are like retarded. That's like, it comes with the expectation. He's based in Japan. Yeah, this guy right here is based in Japan. He is not in America. He's not based in America. So he probably doesn't know about America's strike. And he's probably not part of it because, believe it or not, he's not fucking based in America. So, yeah.
It just comes off as an easy grab for clout. It's not a good look. This is another Genshin voice actor replying with 3 thumbs down. And then you had the voice actor...
Shitty players in LoL. There's a couple streamers that watch that play now and again. I watch the pro play scene. I really, 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 really love pro play. I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in this year because America is not. They had a bad run. My favorite team, FlyQuest, did not do very well in Worlds at all. So, pretty disappointed in that entirely. So, I don't know. Kind of upsetting, but yeah, I enjoy the pro scene in League. I like how hype it is. I like how exciting it is. It's fun to watch. I just don't think the game... League is one of those games that are like, it's fun to watch, not fun to play. I like pro players bore me. I like seeing people fuck up and tilt. To be fair, for pro players, a lot of them do fuck up and make stupid decisions, which kind of pissed me off a little bit. Like, there are a lot of moments where you watch like a player like absolutely they start inting for like no reason. it's just like insane to me. Like there's so many times where you're watching like these pro players play, and then it's like, you guys are like the best of the best. How do you make this mistake? Like how do you fucking make that? How do you make these mistakes in these games? Like again, I like I just said, I just watched North America play again, and you know, FlyQuest was hyped. They were hyped to be a great team this year in Worlds. Fucking absolute dog shit. Our mid laner played like absolute fucking horse shit. Just completely running it down. He was running it down almost the entire game. I honest to God, we got to get the fucking FBI on this. We got to get the FBI on this. We got to get them in there to check if this guy's like fucking, if he's like putting money on other teams or something. I mean, like, he was fucking playing like horseshit. It's like, dude, you're in a fucking pro scene. You should play a lot better than this. There's no way that you, like, for example, you're forcing a 5v3 team fight where your other two, your fucking top laner isn't there. Your jungle isn't there. And you're forcing a fucking team fight before they even get there. You can wait. But I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna hold my tongue. I'm gonna hold my tongue. I'm not gonna go on a fucking tangent. I'm not gonna do this.
Behind one of the most recognizable characters in the entirety of Genshin Impact, Paimon, who's literally the mascot of the game, say this wasn't a passing of the torch. And even going as far to say that there is a huge difference when you take the role of an actor who is striking for AI protections. You are no castmate of mine. Now, these voice actors making these aggressive public statements probably thought that they were on top of the world, convinced that not only are they on the right side of history, but because they're on the right side of history, everything they say will be taken positively by the community. And you know what? Maybe in another world, it would have been the case. It just so happens, though, that they're using a platform that has something called...
You're no castmate of mine. Jesus Christ,
and that's
dude.
exactly what happened to Karina, inadvertently triggering one of the biggest reputational catastrophes you could ever imagine. Here's what the community note said. It should be noted that despite bullying another voice actor while using SAG-AFTRA as an excuse, Karina themselves isn't on strike, even though they're American-based and the voice actor they're harassing isn't. Whoa, that's a lot.
Get owned.
To take in. People
Get
start taking a
owned.
step back and thinking,
Get owned.
wait, that's actually true. The strike has been ongoing for 8 months, and yet every single patch that comes out, Paimon is probably the only character that's still voiced. Karina was starting to deal with an ever-growing backlash, but that didn't discourage other voice actors from tweeting passive-aggressive tweets towards Jacob. This would contribute to negatively impacting public perception even further. Here are some examples. This voice actor said, I normally try to be pretty professional on here, but if you don't like me speaking out against actors scabbing and taking striking actors' roles, kindly fuck off. I'm not going to be silenced just because you don't care about us getting ripped off and abused by these companies. A scab is a union term that Jacob was called multiple times by other voice actors. It means someone who doesn't strike and continues to work. The voice actress of Sucrose from Genshin...
God damn, dude. These people are fucking frustrating. Who gives a shit if someone chooses not to strike? Some people, like I said, some people need to work. Some people need the money. Some people need it. I love that these people care so... They claim that they care so much about, like, the cause of the people that are working in this field, right? But, like, they'd rather die. They'd rather die than to give another guy the benefit of the doubt who needs, like, money. They'd rather this guy be like, you need to join our cause, and this guy's, like, living off of fucking bread and living on this. You could be somebody living off the fucking streets and you need work. You need work desperately. You're trying to find work desperately. And these fucking retarded union people will be like, God, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. You have to join us. You have to join us. I don't like scabs. I don't like scabs. You're a fucking piece of shit. Some of these people need fucking money, dude. Some of these people need fucking money. Okay? It's not that, like, it's not that hard to comprehend. You don't have to be part of the union. You don't have to. It's not your job to be part of the union. And if somebody does decide to take the job of somebody who is striking, tough fucking shit. You chose to strike. You chose to strike. If you choose to strike and the company decides, hey, we're not going to wait, we're just going to hire somebody else, you chose to strike. You knew the risk. It's like I said earlier, you know the risk of striking. You understand the risk of it. You understand that, hey, I might lose my job here. Someone else might get the opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, if you're already hired, I don't think they can just I don't think they can just fire you. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't know the entire rules behind the whole striking thing. Like, if you already have the job, I can't remember if you can't be like fired, but this is in terms of contracts, right? Let's say you're going to sign a contract and then you're like, oh, well, this doesn't fit my agreement. You don't understand. I'm striking against these types of things. I can't take this job. If you choose, you know the risks of it. You know that there's going to be other individuals who are probably going to take the job over you. And yet you're going to come here to complain that other people took the job instead of letting you have the job. What? Lose your job, go broke for us. There was a thing where scabs were Chinese in California and there was a massacre. This woman went broke for her cause. She also decided to go back not strike. She's such a hypocrite. Scabs usually get fired once strikes are over. Really? Oh. Interesting. I didn't even know that. Yeah, you shouldn't be forced to join a union. It's just like, I don't get it. I just don't, I don't get it. Like, expecting people to be part of your cause, especially if people don't have the money and they really want to find an opportunity to work somewhere, and they want to be able to live comfortably, they should be able to take the position. If they don't really give a shit about what's on the contract, they don't really give a shit about what's going on, they don't really care about, you know, the union, they just want to make their money, go home and live their life, then who gives a fuck? You can have listen, you can have a distaste towards them. You can be like, I don't really like people like that. That's fine. But like, calling them like scabs and like fucking shitting on them and being like a dick to them is like retarded. It doesn't make people want to support your cause when you're like that.
As well as Venture from Overwatch had this to say: "It's insane how entitled the gacha fanbase is, holy shit, keeping the characters hostage from us and hurting our experience. What? We're fighting for workers' rights. That's what a strike is all about. If this was the 1940s and we were striking, it would be based or some shit. I have no interest in arguing with people who'd rather see integrity replaced by scabs or AI. That's not what video games are all about. It's an art form comprised of so many beautiful artists doing their best, not about the money or fame or AI. I'm grateful that the projects I'm still working."
Okay, like, yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm in all agreement that AI probably shouldn't be used to replace voice actors and actors for video games. I'm in complete agreement. But if these people genuinely think that the best way to go about it is to go on Twitter so they can bitch about how these people, how there's scabs and they're taking our roles, if you really think that's going to make people want to support your cause any further, you are a fucking retard. That you are like a fucking idiot. Not wrong, but some people need money. Exactly. You're not, like, these people aren't, you're not wrong. I'm not like disagreeing with the cause. I understand the want to get rid of this whole AI in video games and using AI, people's AI voice in video games. I completely agree with you. But going about it by shitting on the individuals who choose to take the jobs is retarded. Because at the end of the day, these companies are going to find somebody. They're going to find someone. Expecting every single human being to come join your cause is retarded. They're going to find somebody eventually. The point is that the point of the strike, and you should be somewhat peaceful, right? You should be somewhat peaceful. But this is not going to make people want to be a part of your cause or to support your cause in any way. You're just shitting on another individual for taking a job when they probably needed a job, especially somebody who isn't even based in America, so they know nothing about this strike because it doesn't pertain to them.
Working on offer humane protections and livable wages, and fan bases that
Marcus is using an AI and is actually sleeping. True.
Also, I know this isn't all
by striking, you know the risks. You either lose the job or the company
Some people pointed out that Jacob wasn't even in the US. He was based in Japan, saying, "You guys outright attacked the voice actor for being a scab when he's Japan-based, and the strike and union don't even exist there. If you didn't know, SAG-AFTRA is American. If you're based outside the US, you can't join SAG-AFTRA." Here's what Valeria had to say. "What's disgusting is y'all,
if you're based outside of it, you can't even join it.
He's an English voice actor. He can still scab even if he's based in a different country. I don't know if anyone told you, but audio transcends borders. He knowingly took work from someone else." The voice actress for Hu Tao from Genshin Impact, as well
knowingly
as some other
took
big
work
roles
from
in
someone
anime,
else.
quote-tweeted John's statement and said,
"Bro, okay, that's like imagine like Imagine like, and let's put this in fucking kid terms. Let's be like retarded for a second. Let's say like you're sitting in the desk next to your group mates for a project, and let's say you have to draw a picture with a certain colors. And let's say this kid needs a marker. They need this colored marker. They need the red marker so they can color in a certain part that's red. And the person sitting next to them says, no, you can't use that. I'm using that marker, but they're not using it. They have the cap on it. It's sitting right there. They're asking if you could just use the marker. And you're saying, no, I that's my marker. You can't have my marker. That's what you sound like right now. You're like basically, that's what you fucking sound like. That's what you sound like. You're not using, like, the kid isn't using the marker, so the kid who wants to use the marker should be allowed to use the marker, right? But they're complaining, saying, no, you can't have it because it's my marker. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Just because you had the job previously or you were in negotiations does not mean that now all of a sudden it's your job for the remainder of the negotiation. There is no guarantee. There's no guarantee that this is your job. That's not how it works. Just because you decide to not agree to the negotiation and go on a strike does not mean you're guaranteed that job, and you should be guaranteed that job. They will pick somebody else if they have to. If you're being hard to negotiate with, or if they can't get something done, they will just move on to another person. Like, I just don't, like, I don't get it.
Thank you for standing strong and holding the line with us. You're a real
I would
one.
let you borrow
And
my
then
markers.
replied
Thank
with
you.
Clear throat, some of us shaking my fucking head, referring to Jacob. This voice actor tweeted, say, are you Japanese or Japanese American, able to portray a 20s male character, can sing, have an excellent home studio? I've got a couple of colleagues in mind, but I would like to know more voice actors, except that one guy. Please DM me your website. Thank you. Of course, he was referring to Jacob. The voice actor for either the male main character of Genshin Impact had this to say. Wow, on the day this happened. Now here's where the crisis really deepens for all these voice actors that made these public statements. Nathan Noakes, the only voice actor that was nice to Jacob when he announced his new role, said, right, I spoke to the new voice actor who lives and works in Japan, and he didn't even know what was going on. He came into an onslaught of criticism and didn't know anything about the strike or SAG, since SAG isn't in Japan.
Gamma, what are you sending me?
My mind. At that point, it was very hard to side with these voice actors that were dogpiling Jacob. The guy had no idea, and instead of reaching out to him, private messaging him, talking to him one-on-one personally...
Okay. Again, even if he did have an idea that there was a strike that existed, what does it matter if he chooses to take the job? I just don't get it. Right? Like, I wouldn't hold immense ill will, because if this guy needs money, or if he has, like, if he just wants to make money, I'm not... You know, somebody needs to voice act it. Somebody needs to do it. Somebody has to do it. Like, fuck, all these people who voice act for the same goddamn companies, these are the same people who are still working for these companies. The fuck, you guys are getting mad, but you work for the company. If you cared so much, then go on fucking strike with your buddy here. Go on strike with your pal. If you cared so fucking much. You still work for these people. You're getting, like, mad that this person chose to fucking work the position. That got the opportunity. Brother, he is just a worker like you. You're mad at the wrong guy. You're mad at the wrong people, man. You are mad at the wrong person.
Chose to make a...
I have mixed feelings about unions. While generally like the idea... I generally like the idea. One place I worked had a really strong union to the point where you would get cussed out for moving a traffic cone instead of the union. I've learned from watching these videos about, like, these said unions and stuff. Unions are they're very, like, hit or miss to me. Because especially, like, this one, right? Because this one isn't really even a union at this point. This one just seems like another corporation. It just feels like a union that turned into a corporation. So... they're scummy. They seem extremely scummy. Japanese American, I don't know if 1/4 Japanese counts. I apparently look 20 even though 30s. Can sing. Check. Studio, no. Well, sorry, Shinny, you can't have it.
Vicious example of him in public. As this was all going on, Corinna was too busy fighting a battle all alone, trying to prove to everyone that even though voicing a character like Paimon during a strike is scabbing, is justified, but not for Jacob, only for Corinna. This was Corinna's response to a fan pointing out the hypocrisy. No, you're right. I'm technically scabbing. I originally have this role and technically I can still work this role. I am a disabled person and this is the job that puts food on my table as I actually record this role year round.
Do you not think Jacob's doing the same fucking thing? I'm a disabled person. This is the job that puts food on my table. Bro, whoa, 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 holy shit. It's almost like this applies to literally every person who fucking takes these fucking roles. Whoa. Maybe stop being a fucking dick when you realize that this person's probably doing this so he could put fucking food on the table. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god, bro, these people are so fucking retarded. Oh, they're so retarded.
But I didn't take this role from another person who is striking. I had this role and I am stuck in it because I have no other way to pay for my medical bills. But yes, technically I am a scab.
Who cares? Who fucking cares? You're bitching about somebody else taking the fucking job. Like, this is so retarded. Oh, but I have medical bills to pay, but I have medical bills to pay. Yes. Oh my god, use the same logic for the guy who took the fucking job. He probably has to pay for his fucking bills. He probably has to pay to live. Jesus Christ, you're so retarded. She's so retarded. Yes, this same guy probably has to pay for his own food and bills too. What the fuck are we talking about? Wait, does this, is he not human? Like, do you not think this applies to, it applies to him too? This is so awesome. This is so awesome. Yeah, SAG-AFTRA has a lot of scummy shit in their past. Before and after they joined together. Still was a bunch of questionable shit when I was there. You were, wait, you were there? She's so malicious. I liked Abraham Lincoln's specific intent behind labor unions.
And you're right. I don't deserve any praise right now. I don't deserve any of it. I deserve to be told off just like this actor, so please do. No one should look up to
for
me.
local
I'm
communities and not corporations.
Because
I actually do agree, John, because I recognize that the problem with a lot of these unions is it seems like these people are not doing it for the betterment of the people, but more for the demise of a company. It just seems more like they're doing it because they're anti-corporation. But like I said before, if you're doing it because of anti-corporation, believe it or not, but corporations are just going to find other ways to get around the problem and then make their money elsewhere. Like, you can battle a corporation and say, I don't want this to happen. But at the end of the day, you'll get that passed and they'll just find a new way to get what they want in the cheapest way possible. I don't like that they're fighting specifically to basically say, fuck corporations, because it's not going to fucking work. At the end of the day, it's never going to benefit you and it's never going to benefit people as a whole. It's just gonna fuck other people over mostly. So I did some work for them, not as part of the union, as a contractor. Oh, okay. Damn, that's kind of cool. What the hell?
Continue this job because if not, I end up homeless. I don't.
Yeah,
say that
he actually talked about that earlier,
Shinny.
Shinny. I believe one of the unions had a tie to a mafia.
I love voicing Paimon. Love it. I have been through so much that you guys will never truly understand, but I also know what I am, and I should not be given any applause for this. If I could feasibly
Hold on, I didn't listen to him read this one. No one should look up to me. I'm trapped and a coward because I continue this job because if not, I end up homeless. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at this, but it's like, bro, it's like she's like, it's like the cogs are turning in her head. It's like the cogs are turning in her head at this time. She's like realizing like, oh, this is why people take these jobs. Yes. I don't say that because I deserve sympathy. I don't. The ones sticking to the picket line deserve all of the praise, not me. Dude. Oh my god. She's realizing, she's learning why people take these jobs.
stick the line with my fellow actors, I would. This job actually barely keeps me alive. But that doesn't mean that it makes it different. It is not a good thing to my fellow actor that I continue to work on this game. I have struggled with that since the strike started, so call me out for this. Please, I deserve it. If it means we get closer to making things better, then so be it. So Karina was arguing that the reason why Paimon is still voiced in Genshin during a strike is that so they don't end up homeless? Isn't that why everyone works a job?
Yeah, that's literally
to
why
begin
everybody
with?
works a fucking job.
Isn't that... I'm sorry, like, how does you being disabled have anything to do with this? Someone pointed out, so what? Many disabled people work remotely in other professions. Voice acting is not your only option if it puts you in such an unethical position. But you have to seek attention on twitter.com like a 16-year-old and present yourself like a saint of the whole community. To which Karina replies with, I definitely don't present myself as a saint, but you don't know my disability and what I am able to do. This person said, I'm very convinced that you keep voicing Paimon because while people are unhappy that characters they love are unvoiced, like...
If you're, another thing to note, this Zulu person, right? If you're so disabled, if you're so fucking disabled, you do realize you can get like government support because you're disabled. If you're so fucking disabled, if you're so badly disabled where your hospital bills are fucking through the goddamn roof and you just so fucked, your body is so fucking, it's killing itself. It's destroying you. You realize you can get government assistance because you physically cannot work a regular job. If you're so high and mighty about the idea that people shouldn't be working at these positions and they should be striking like you should be, since you want to shit talk this guy, you should not work this job, strike, and then, believe it or not, get your government assistance so you can live. The money from voicing Paimon has to be a lot too. Yeah, it's probably a lot. It's probably a fucking shit ton. It's probably a lot. That's probably why this person chooses to work there, because it pays them bank. She probably makes a lot of money.
Like 90% of the player base would actually fucking cheer if Paimon was fucking silent. That's so true. Look, if you haven't played Genshin, you have to understand. Paimon works as the mouthpiece of the main character. If she's not voiced, the game would actually be hurt beyond recognition. And to recast Karina would be a nightmare because there are hundreds of thousands of lines to re-record from the beginning of the game until now. If anyone is gonna convince Hoyoverse to sign this agreement, it would be Karina striking. But there you are, the most important role is still being voiced during a strike. How can you take any of this seriously? This is like when players try to boycott Genshin by continuing to play the game every single day. Like, come on, dude. To be fair, Karina did receive backup from Keqing's.
What? Guys, we gotta boycott this game. Play it every single day. They're gonna get mad. They're gonna get so angry when they realize that they have so too many people playing the game. They're gonna get so angry. Guys, company's not gonna know what to do when they realize that everybody's playing the game at once. They're not gonna understand.
His voice actor, Kaylee Mills. Unfortunately, though, this only ended up making them look worse because Kaylee was literally pocket watching Jacob's finances, saying,
What?
This is one small job for him, not his full-time work. It's Karina's bread and butter. He's done very little voiceover work, so it isn't what he's relying on to pay the
pocket
bills.
watching
For all
him.
we know, his wife's the breadwinner. Either way, they bought a house recently, so I doubt it was a necessary job for survival. I think it's safe to say that I'm not the only one who gets a bad taste in their mouth when they read something like this, right? Not to mention that Kaylee very conveniently didn't mention that Jacob
God,
has
dude,
children.
these
He has a
people are
family to
so
take care of.
awesome.
So how is it any different from her friend Karina, who'd be homeless if it wasn't for Paimon's voice acting work? The fact that he bought a house? There's something called a mortgage.
Bringing up the fact that he bought a house recently is crazy. How did you find that out? How do you even know this information? How do you get that information? I don't get it. I don't understand.
Regardless, delving into someone's personal finances like this is unprofessional in any industry, period. They were trying their hardest to paint Jacob as this supervillain. Some fans joined in on this too, failing miserably. Here's someone siding with the voice actors trying to paint Jacob as a liar that knew about the strikes even though he said that he didn't. showing a tweet he had made in 2023 saying that if companies used AI for a commercial, then he's just going to assume that the product is subpar. That's
Oh,
because
so
he
he's
believes that
shitting
if
on
they
AI.
can't afford to pay for real, authentic voice actors, then they also can't pay for quality assurance, research and development, and supply chains. This was community noted, and the message is SAG-AFTRA video game strike didn't start until July of 2024, so unless he can time travel, it's impossible for him to have been talking about the SAG-AFTRA strike way before it even happened. Also, generally being against AI usage is not conducive to being proof of being aware.
Yeah,
that
just
SAG-
because they're anti-AI does not mean they're aware of SAG-AFTRA. And as I said before, I don't care if they are aware of SAG-AFTRA. Either way, it doesn't matter. If he needs a job and he wants to work a job and he's given an opportunity, he can have an opportunity. I do not give a fuck if he wants to take that opportunity. But I think this tweet is proof that this guy's actually on your fucking side. And yet people are still going to complain about him. He's on your side. He literally is saying AI bad. He's saying if you put AI in your product, you're bad. He's saying it's going to be subpar horse shit and it's not going to be good. He's literally on your side. He is quite literally with you. This is so retarded. Stupid.
SAG-AFTRA is on strike. As time went on, Jacob was being loved more and more by the community.
Deeds are public
while the
records
other
if you know
voice
their name
actors
and
that
area.
stood against him were being gradually
damn.
hated. And that's when they would try to play the victims. The voice actress for Hu Tao from Genshin tweeted this out a couple days later, saying the harassment and bullying over the past day plus has been really unwarranted to say the least. Some of y'all need a lot of help, and now this pure evil. So Brianna unfortunately tragically lost her little sister at some point in time, and this is someone emailing her with the username Brianna Dead Little Sister, saying that they hope that she rots in hell. Bear in mind, there's worse things in this email that I cannot show at all because of YouTube, but you get the point. This is very, very inappropriate. The voice actor June, who had made a tweet purposefully blacklisting Jacob from a role, said, "Genuinely, sincerely, I hope you find help. I really mean it. Troll behavior on Twitter is one thing, but sending direct emails is something else. It often points to a pain that's deeper inside the person. Whatever that may be, Kira, I hope you find help that heals that pain." And it's an email that says that he should end it all, but with more direct language. Also specifying that all other voice actors who also criticized Jacob should do the same thing. Corinna received the same exact email and said, "Guys, don't worry, my white blood cells are already..."
Oh, yeah. They're all victims now. They're all victims. They're all victims because they chose to go on Twitter and... Jesus Christ, dude. Do these guys not think that this Jacob guy probably received some death threats as well? Throwing the whole, like, oh, guys, I'm getting death threats. Oh, these people are so evil. Brother, you guys sent so much hate Jacob's way that he probably received some sort of death threats for simply just taking a job. Like, what the fuck is this? I hate it when people do this. I hate it when people pull the fucking, oh, you guys are sending death threats. You guys are sending death threats. It's like when, I'm a big sports guy. I like sports. Big fan of the Broncos. When the Broncos play the Giants, before the Broncos played the Giants, for some reason on Twitter, Broncos fans and Giants fans were like at each other's throats. They hated each other because one of the players on the Broncos basically flexed on them and said like they're delusional. And it turned into a thing where all of a sudden the fans started wishing like injuries on one another. Like fans from one side and fans from the other side started wishing injuries on the certain players from each side. And then one side, Denver was honoring a guy who died recently. And Giants fans started mocking his death and whatnot. Both sides are extremely retarded. There's no defending either of it. Both extremely scummy behavior. Which is why I find it super funny because I feel like this is exactly what's happening here, right? Both sides are probably obviously sending death threats. There's probably individuals who sent death threats to like Jacob, probably individuals who sent immense amount of hate tweets and all these other things to him, like certain messages and stuff. But all these people want to do is play victim. They want to play like as if nothing's happening to him, but it's all happening to them. Like, look, you guys are being so fucking mean to us and sending such mean tweets to us. Oh, sending us mean emails. Oh, what the hell? When it probably was happening to him as well. You guys have to understand that it's probably happening to him as well because you guys are the ones fucking forming a literal hate brigade towards him on Twitter. Did they do magical incantations? Yeah, a few of them, yeah.
Trying to do that. It's just a matter of time. Be patient. #autoimmune. another voice actor would receive the same exact message, again from Kira. I don't know who Kira is, bro, but hey, you gotta chill. The post said, love the community. Someone named Koro Kira thought this was the appropriate thing to say.
Kira's on a roll, man.
This prompted
Kira's
Jacob to quote tweet this
going
tweet
crazy.
saying, hey, I know tensions are high, but don't do this, Jesus. If you send threats to anyone on my behalf, too far, man. Too far. Sorry you had this happen to you, Kiba. And now I'm seeing it wasn't just Kiba. Come on, guys, way too far. Suicide and threats? No, just no, knock it off. Someone replied to Jacob's post saying, with respect, tensions would decrease
the guy.
significantly if you
It's the
recognized
evil,
and spoke
retarded
publicly
guy.
on the fact that voice actors aren't bullying you. If you truly didn't know about the strike, say so. If you did, say so. But voice actors are going to keep getting attacked until then. I shouldn't tell you that this was extremely controversial to say since it has 681 replies, but at this point, it was very safe to say people were tired of any voice actor that had something bad to say about Jacob. Kiba, the same person that had received that email, had posted a reply on the initial Kinich post. Someone had said, can we collectively please stop harassing this man? The amount of unprofessionalism from voice actors under this post is just chilling. Why choose to bully someone you don't even know when you can let John and Jacob work this out on their own? Twitter warrior culture is disgusting. Kiba then said,
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly my point too. Again, if you're fighting for something and you really truly are fighting for like change in your community, I don't think harassing like individuals in your same community is going to benefit you. Like, again, you guys are fighting each other. You guys are apparently here to do better for the community and to fix everybody else, like in your community, in your space, in your work environment. You're doing this to help everybody. And because you don't like these big companies that are trying to fuck you over, right? But instead of fighting the company and in fighting all these other people, you're just basically beating each other up, fighting each other on fucking Twitter. It's like actually retarded.
please stop using the words bullying and harassment so freely. It is very obvious you don't.
Some people
fully
are probably
understand why you
sending
are
threats to
upset.
both sides
It's
at the
called
same time.
scabbing. End of story.
Love
It
each
is
other,
bad
love each other,
regardless.
love
If this
each
were a
other.
different situation outside
True,
of the strike,
love
which
each
does affect
other.
everyone, it'd be
Retram
different.
and
A
Justin,
couple days
together
later, Kibo would
forever.
tweet this. Getting followed just so people can shit on me is an encapsulation of how it feels to be a person of color and queer in this industry, to be honest. It's quite fascinating. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. This is purely happening because of your skin color and your orientation. 100%. Obviously. Things were looking really bad, okay? The community that had supported these voice actors on their strike for months was now turning against them very violently and very quickly. This was the time to take a step back and reevaluate how to approach things, because clearly everyone was being harassed in some shape or form. But then SAG-AFTRA decides to step in personally and make things 1,000 times worse, opening up a can of worms in regards to the entire strike and their role as a union. On March 26th, a voice actor by the name of Anaris on Twitter had this to say: "Hey, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone Zero, we English voice actors would love to get back to work. I know the fans miss hearing their favorite characters and we miss voicing them. Please negotiate with SAG-AFTRA and sign the interim agreement to have us come back." What no one was expecting, though, is that SAG-AFTRA would quote tweet this and say what Anaris said: Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, tagging all three of the biggest Hoyoverse games, right? And then saying, "We'll make it easy for you. Here's a link to our interactive/video game media agreements. Let's talk soon. Wink face emoji." Now look, this was a big deal, all right? SAG-AFTRA is negotiating with many studios behind closed doors, but this was the first time they publicly
Knocks
called
for
out someone
reals.
like this. It almost seemed like they were trying to use public pressure to make Hoyoverse resume talks with them. Now, I'm sure whoever tweeted this out thought that they were a genius in the moment, but guys, whoever is running this account has probably been fired, because this tweet alone has probably caused incalculable PR damage to SAG-AFTRA and this entire strike. Because on the next day, they got community noted. And it was extremely significant. Here's what it said: "This agreement has severe limitations on how Hoyoverse can work with non-union voice actors, including a lifetime time limit for the voice actor, and eventually forcing the voice actor to either join the union, which has large entry costs and fees, or stop working on the project." Linking SAG-AFTRA's own website twice as the source for these claims. The first link is what we already looked at, showing how much it costs to join: $3,000 and a bunch of other fees to stay.
$3K to join? $3,000 to join? What What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a lot. United Fruit Company and those yummy banana death squads. Good God, bro. 3K is a lot of fucking money to join. To be a part of this protest is free, no? Whoa. No, with SAG-AFTRA. Not with them. God damn, dude. 3K was not expected. I kind of thought it was cheaper than that. I assumed it was like a monthly payment of like $20 or something, maybe. Of like maybe like 10 or $20. 3,000's crazy. Fuck me, dude. That's a lot.
In. The second link actually included the SAG-AFTRA Independent Interactive Localization Agreement. This is what SAG-AFTRA was presenting.
All for just to keep in mind, 3K to be a part of this union, all for them to fuck you. All for them to essentially fuck you over. Also, you can sit there and go on strike and not get a job. One, for you to go on strike so you can't get jobs. And two, once you get the job, you have immense limitations. So you're paying 3K to be a part of a union that's ultimately going to fuck you over. That's crazy.
Studios in order for them to sign it. It's 65 pages long, but what people were focusing on was Section 6 under Article 1 titled Union Security. It said, employer will only employ performers covered by this agreement who are members of SAG-AFTRA in good standing or those who shall make application for membership on the 30th day following the beginning of employment and thereafter maintain such membership in good standing as a condition of employment. Nothing in this agreement will be construed as preventing employer from hiring non-SAG-AFTRA members in according with the Taft-Hartley Act to perform an interactive program.
This is also what happened. I brought this up earlier. This is also what happened to that one guy. I think it was Billy and Mandy's creator. I could be wrong. It could have been a different show, but I'm pretty sure the creator of Billy and Mandy was going to make a more adult show. And he was working on it by himself. It was his own project. And it was getting a lot of like, there was a lot of ups and downs of him trying to finish it. And he was doing the best he could to try to finish it. He finally got to the point where he was ready to release the show. The show would have been finished. It was done. He hired a bunch of voice actors. And then SAG-AFTRA canned his fucking show. SAG-AFTRA canned his show because a couple of the members were in SAG-AFTRA and some of them weren't. And so SAG-AFTRA did everything in their power to take down his show, which, keep in mind, he's not some big corporate company or anything. He's his own guy working in his home. He made the show in his house. He's just working on it by himself, putting all blood, sweat, and tears into it, all of his money into it. And SAG-AFTRA said, can that shit right now. Not every person is in the union. Not every voice actor is in the fucking union. Can that shit. And so years of working on it, and he got fucked because not every member was part of SAG-AFTRA. Literally made it to the end. He got to the literal end of making the show. It was at the point where he was like, all right, we're ready to get to work and release this thing. And then they said, fuck you, and took it down. Resi Raid, hi Resi, hi, hello, hi. Hi Resi viewers. Damn, why you guys hating on GOAT? Why you guys hating on GOAT like that? UFC became Chiquita eventually? What does that mean? What does that mean?
We'll get back to what this means later. But for now, they continue. Employer shall pay to SAG-AFTRA.
Oh, it's not an adult version of Billy and Mandy. He was the guy who made Billy and Mandy, but he was working on a post-apocalyptic, like, zombie style TV show that had maybe a bit more adult themes in it. And he was working on it in his own home. He was making it by himself, pretty much. Barely had any, like, other help, which is really cool. And Billy and Mandy's a great show, so I'd imagine he would have done a really great job, but it's never going to get released. I think it's actually called, what was it called? You guys know the YouTuber Dead Meat? It was called Dead Meat. The show was literally going to be called Dead Meat. I It's not. I don't think any episodes were ever released. I think it got canned before anything. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it got canned before anything got released because of SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA specifically canned it because half the members of the VA were a part of it. Half of them weren't. And the saddest part is that the guy who made it literally was begging SAG-AFTRA. He was like, "Bro, I had no clue that some of them were and weren't. I didn't know that was like a thing I needed to make sure of." And they were like, "Too bad, fuck you."
Damages, the sum of $500 for each breach by the employer of the provisions of this section. Any breach of this section is
talking about fruit companies that ran banana republics and what brand they became. Wasn't there a whole like, I think I know what you're talking about, dude. Wasn't there like a whole thing with like bananas, like evil fucking corporate shit with bananas? I couldn't remember, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, talking about when the US invaded a country in Central America because of bananas. Yeah. I think that's what I think I remember that. That's what I call fucking on antidepressants. What? Dead meat. Oh, Big Aaron, you scare me. Yes, Marcus, it's basic history. I'm sorry that I don't know about Banana War. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize Banana War was basic history. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry Banana War was... I didn't know about my basic Banana War history. Fuck.
Subject to arbitration. Each time the employer hires a performer in violation of this section, it shall be considered a separate breach irrespective of the number of days of employment. It is the employer's responsibility to ascertain if each performer is a member of SAG-AFTRA in good standing.
I did say thank you to Rezi. I said thank you, Rezi.
Names of performers to be used in the production of interactive material no later than the time of hiring or 48 hours in advance of the initial sessions, whichever is later. SAG-AFTRA, making this tweet, thinking that they were going to publicly pressure Hoyoverse to talk with them, ended up backfiring because now people were reading the agreement in depth when they didn't even bother to do so before. As I already mentioned, they were in full support of voice actors and the strike because they thought it was purely just about AI rights. And after seeing this, they started not just questioning the strike and the voice actors themselves with their behavior, but SAG-AFTRA as a union. At the same time, the Chinese community of Genshin Impact caught wind of this and they were just as confused as everyone else, with one user explaining in detail that Hoyoverse as a Chinese company was already under strict anti-AI rules in China. Article 1023 of the Civil Code explicitly protects voice rights by referencing the...
So they're fighting for nothing then. So these games are already under strict rules against AI. And they're fighting for nothing, and they just bitched about this guy for nothing. This is like fuck. So they're all retarded. So they're all extremely retarded. Okay.
Protections for portrait rights. Unauthorized use of a person's voice, including highly similar AI-generated voices, constitutes infringement. If an AI-synthesized voice has identifiable characteristics like tone, intonation, or speech patterns that can be linked to a specific individual, it may still be deemed a violation of personality rights even if the original recording was not directly used. This law even covers using voices in different languages. This same Chinese user argued that if Hoyoverse were to sign the SAG-AFTRA agreement, they would face trouble in China because you can't join different unions as a Chinese company. You're already part of the All China Federation of Trade Unions. This left people with more questions than answers.
Dude, this shit's so fucking confusing.
Some others pointed out that, well, this is not true because Marvel Rivals actually signed the interim agreement, even though it was a game developed by NetEase, which is a massive Chinese corporation. In this case, though, it turned out to be unique because NetEase weren't the only ones in this. They were obviously collaborating with Marvel, a massive American
Marvel is
company.
an American
and since
company.
Marvel already employs a huge amount of SAG-AFTRA voice actors and performers, it only made sense that they would sign
Who's the guy that made that comment? Wasn't it the evil guy? It was the evil guy. Yeah, little Karibo, the guy that we just fucking recently talked about. I was gonna say, using the argument that it's made by a Chinese developer is retarded because it literally has the word Marvel on it. Brother, okay. These people are so fucking stupid. It has the word fucking Marvel on it. What do you think that means? Do you think Marvel just willingly handed all these rights over to a Chinese company? No. Obviously not. Obviously Marvel owns and probably is responsible for like a fucking large chunk of Marvel Rivals, aka an American company. Show what I sent you in DMs. What do you want me to show these guys? Your score, your high score in a block game? This is fucking, you're fucking evil, dude. This is so fucking evil. Your high score in a block game? Marvel question mark? China made that. I fucked up? Oh, you fucked up?
The interim
Yeah, really?
agreement, even
Fuck
though it was
you.
a game developed by NetEase, which is a massive Chinese corporation. In this
Marvel
case,
means
though, it
something
turned out to be
wonderful or
unique,
amazing.
because NetEase weren't the only ones
Yeah,
in
you're
this. They
right.
were obviously collaborating with Marvel, a massive American
you are
company.
right.
And since Marvel already
You are
employs
right.
a huge amount of SAG-AFTRA voice actors and performers, it only made sense that they would sign it, but not as NetEase, the Chinese entity. It was Marvel, the American entity, that signed it on behalf of NetEase, who developed the game for them. So SAG-AFTRA and the voice actors were making this out to be like, oh yeah, you can just sign it. Just sign
Send
the
it to
agreement,
me,
bro.
Knox.
It's very simple, but it's actually way more complex than they made it out to be. As confusion was running absolutely rampant, Koidao, the voice of Albedo in Genshin Impact, decided to use the huge following he garnered during Genshin's explosion during the pandemic to clear confusion about the strike. Around the time Von Lycaon and Soldier 11's voice actors were let go from South
Hi,
Cadence,
Gamma.
he made a little thread clearing some things up, saying, if you're just learning about the video game strike, I want to clarify a key detail I've seen get distorted a lot. Generally, the developer decides whether to sign an interim agreement, not the recording studio. Often, the studio is only a middleman, they do not set this term. A recording studio may offer AI protections in its own contract with the actor, but this ultimately means very little because the developer owns the final recordings, not the recording studio. They cannot dictate how the developer uses that audio. If the developer does violate the AI protection clauses in that contract, then the burden of enforcement would be on the actor. Often, that means one guy having to lawyer up against a multi-million/billion-dollar company. This is what we mean by enforceable AI protections, because while we are deeply grateful for any recording studio's personal support in the strike, the fact remains they do not have the power or resources to protect us or meaningfully enforce any AI clauses in their contracts. Currently,
Okay.
only a SAG interim agreement can effectively do that, as it would be backed by the union's legal resources and can meet any violation by a big company on the appropriate scale. That's why actors are holding the line and why outrage at a recording studio ain't it. So this did clarify a couple of things, why the interim agreement is so important, because it means that the union will back you up legally if problems arise. But
Okay.
on March 12th, when this post was made, people were already on the side of voice actors. When things started shifting though, he made another post after SAG-AFTRA's disaster of a quote tweet, saying, taps the sign with incomprehensible force. Any video game can bring back their full voice cast immediately during the strike once they agree to enforceable AI protections via a SAG interim agreement, and the game can still keep its non-union actors after doing so. This is not a union actor versus non-union actor conflict. The goal of the strike is to ensure that this craft isn't lost to AI. We've got a common goal, which is why so many non-union actors are holding the line alongside their union castmates, despite having no obligation to do so. Non-union actors
Yeah,
are
but I mean, to be fair, the problem is that all these retards on Twitter are fucking fighting each other. These guys are literally like fucking fighting it. You're saying this is not a union actor versus non-union actor conflict, but they're fighting each other on Twitter. They're not really doing their job of fighting the cause. They're just fighting each other. But all right, chat. Nox wants me to show this to you. Nox said he wants to show this. This is his ship he made in Minecraft. Is this in the sky? Why is that? How did you get fire to come out the bottom? This is his ship that's in the sky. Do you have like a certain, do you have like a mod on or something? Why does it look so outlined? Love each other. Love each other. Love each other. Dude, speaking of Minecraft, I really want to join one of the one that Gamma's in, I think. I really want to join a Minecraft one. I want to get mine set up soon, but I still gotta, I'm waiting on my wife. She's trying to do it. She's trying to get it set up for free. Get in the Spinling SMP, Marcus. I should do that. I should do that. When you gonna wax them legs again, brother? I just got my hair back. Actually, you know what? You reminded me to check out my legs, dude. The hair has been back, dude. It feels nice. Feels nice knowing the hair is back. This is awesome. The hair on my head is not. The hair on my head is still short. I miss it every day. Just asking to let you in. Okay, I'll ask Spinling. He's a bit strange with me, though. Spinling's a bit strange. Bit of a weird
those
guy.
getting recast across the industry right now because they were holding out for enforceable AI protections. They understood that without these protections, the job disappears for all voice actors, and I desperately don't want their sacrifices to be in vain. But again, this post's problem is that it doesn't answer the main questions. Why is it that the union security clause sounds so weird in the contract? Why does it seem like this is targeting non-union voice actors, forcing them to join after 30 days? Some people were starting to have doubts that this was very simple. Like this person saying, I'm just a dude on the internet and it's not that I don't believe you, it's that I've been around on the internet to know nothing is that simple. There's always some bullshit you or whoever can't get into otherwise. Why isn't it being done already? Koi replies with, hey, fortunately, with regards to this specific matter, it is that simple. Agree to enforceable AI protections and the voice actors can return. Over 150 games so far have signed on to the interim and were able to bring back their casts. It's happening right in front of our eyes. But we saw it with our own eyes, right? How there's 65 pages.
Also, is this the year-old anime game VA drama? It is.
Of artificial intelligence.
It is.
12 on 65 pages. What are the other pages for? And why does it seem like non-union actors get screwed over with this deal? Someone asked, where's your source that they can still keep non-union actors? Every other agreement made suggests otherwise.
I will say, so far from everything I've seen on this type on SAG-AFTRA, it seems very much like non-union actors get really fucked in a lot of circumstances. Like I just said, I brought up the case of the guy who made Billy and Mandy. His project literally got fucked because some of the members weren't SAG-AFTRA members. So it's just gone. It's just, he can't have it anymore. And the actors in themselves just can't, they just are out of the job now. They're just completely out of it. So it does seem very much that, like, non-union actors get fucked. So it almost feels like it's just like you have to be in union. You have to be the union member. But you have to pay fucking $3,000 to get into it. That's, like, retarded. That's retarded. Do you know about that one crazy VA chick that sounds like Timmy Turner and Bubbles and Twilight Sparkle and constantly posts porn of her characters? You mean Tara Strong? Yeah. Didn't Tara Strong, isn't Tara Strong the one that posted that was it like Teen Titans like pregnant picture with the Twin Towers? And it was like Teen Titans characters are pregnant or something. Fuck, dude. Tara Strong is so awesome. She does it a lot. Stop saying the name? Tara Strong? What? I can't say her name? Twin Towers Go!
Replies with, the Taft-Hartley Act of 1947 by law prohibits all labor unions, including SAG-AFTRA, from unilaterally barring non-union workers from union jobs. If a production wants to keep/hire a non-union actor, all they have to do is fill out a one-page form for that actor. Well, wait a second. I mean, if all you had to do was just fill up one page and keep working as a non-union actor, then I guess signing this contract is as simple as Koi is saying, right? Unfortunately, though, people were right to doubt this. Nothing is ever that simple. And for you to understand that, you need to understand what the hell a Taft-Hartley Act even is. Look, after the Wagner Act in 1935, unions...
If you say it one more time, she crawls out your TV. Is it Tara or Tara? I don't know what her name is. Is that why? Is it because I'm saying it wrong? Is it Tara or Tara? It's T-A-R-A, so I'd assume it's Tara, but I guess it could be Tara. Press F. I doubt. I'm pressing F to doubt. It's spelled T-A-R-A. T-A-R-A would not be T-E-R-A, so I would assume it's Tara. Tara makes the most sense.
Were not only allowed to exist legally, but they also gained a ridiculous amount of influence. After World War II, they organized countrywide strikes that severely hurt the economy. In 1945 alone, almost 400,000 workers from different industries striked, and in 1946, over 1 million from different industries striked as well. Not to mention that things like union shops were becoming too prevalent. The government was slowly becoming more and more anti-union, and in 1947, they revised the Wagner Act with the Taft-Hartley Act. This made it illegal to have a union shop of any kind and prohibited certain types of strikes, like wildcat strikes, which is when unionized workers strike without the approval of their management. One of the most important aspects of this act was to give workers back some of the power that the unions had taken away from them. They could, for example, leave a union immediately without consequences. Before this act, they would have to give a 30-day notice, and if a strike was ongoing, they weren't allowed to work. But more importantly, this act allowed states to enact right-to-work laws. This gave workers the freedom to choose whether or not to join a union in their workplaces. Complete freedom. But you might be wondering, why is this necessary if union shops were made illegal? Well, it gets a bit complicated. There are currently only 26 out of the 50 American states that have right-to-work laws. This means that I can join any industry without ever, and I mean ever, having to join any kind of union, period. But if a state has no right-to-work law, then they must follow the Taft-Hartley Act, which states that if you were to join an industry that has a union contract...
Let's go. I don't gotta join a union. Let's fucking go. Yes. Yes. Yes, let's go. W.
...contract, you have to join that union after 30 days. Again, if you're European, you must be very confused right now. I am too. But as you can very clearly see on this map, California is not a right-to-work state. And according to SAG-AFTRA's own website, this is what the process looks like if you want to hire a non-union actor. First, you have to submit compliance documentation. The Taft-Hartley form is required by producers who intend to hire non-union actors under specific conditions. The form must explain why a non-union member should be hired over union talent. This can include actors having special skills, they are famous.
I was also going to wonder about that as well. When we bring up like the differences between like a union worker and a non-union worker, does this mean that people who are union workers get special treatment over people who aren't union workers, right? Like it ends up becoming a battle between union workers and non-union workers. Like this is retarded. You a damn fool, Squish.
Among other qualifications. The union will review each Taft-Hartley form and decide whether the non-union actor meets the criteria to be eligible. 2. 30-day window. Once the non-union actor is approved to be hired under the Taft-Hartley form, they have 30 days to work on the union project without being required to join SAG-AFTRA. And then 3 talks about union eligibility. But one thing's for certain, when I'm reading this, I'm thinking, wait, this kind of just sounds like a union shop with extra steps. You're forced to join the union. Not to mention that this compliance documentation step makes things more complicated. I mean, seriously, reviewing every single form individually and deciding on whether you can hire them or not? You want to know what's even better? On SAG-AFTRA's own website, in their FAQ section about this, they have a question titled, "How long does it take to process a Taft-Hartley report?" Their answer is, due to the high volume of new media productions, please allow at least 6 to 8 weeks for principal Taft-Hartley reports to be processed.
Good God.
Please note, Taft-Hartley reports will not be processed until all final production paperwork has been submitted. This paperwork includes the cast clearance report, example,
6 to 8
performer
weeks.
Contracts, and final
2
cast
months?
list. What is this, man? Am I applying for a visa? Slowly but surely, you start to understand why Hoyoverse would not be interested in this. They're hiring studios with AI...
2 months? And this is for what it... and sorry if I'm not... Marcus, are you unionized as a voice actor? Fill out your forms. Fill out your forms. Dude. 2 fucking months is ridiculous, bro. To wait on that. And sorry, maybe I'm too retarded and I'm not paying attention, but is this for people who are part of the union or not part of the union to fill out like this report? I'm assuming this is for people who are part of the union. They have to fill out this report first before they can even get like access to the job. This is like retarded.
Protections to find voice actors on their behalf. Why would you subject yourself to such bureaucracy? So if I tell you right now that more than 80% of voice acting gigs use a non-union contract, would you be really surprised? But technically as a
Okay, yeah. So it's for people who are in a union. You have to fill out that paperwork for if you're in a union, which again, ultimately people who are not part of a union are just going to get the job because it's easier to hire these people because they have to go through a fucking 2-month process to just get the report through. Not part of the union to work on a union production. Not part of the union to work on a union production. Okay, that's what it is. Okay.
union member, you're not really allowed to work these non-union jobs. So what's the alternative? How do you avoid SAG-AFTRA's wrath? Well, you become something called FICOR. This means that you can work on non-union jobs even if a strike is ongoing. You still pay the dues every year to SAG-AFTRA, but you can't claim any of the benefits. As an added bonus, SAG-AFTRA actually calls you a scab if you're FICOR. Financial Corps members are viewed as scabs or anti-union by SAG-AFTRA members, directors, and writers, most of whom also belong to entertainment unions. By the way, this entire page about FICOR on SAG-AFTRA is literally just begging you not to do it, okay? It's like, please, like you are losing this is the worst decision of your life. And you know why? That's because once you turn FICOR, you're essentially exiling yourself from SAG-AFTRA. It is extremely hard to join again. The more people kept digging about how SAG-AFTRA works, how the Taft-Hartley works, and how complex all these terms are, the more they became disgusted with SAG-AFTRA and the strike and the voice actors acting entitled on Twitter. Coy understood this and tried his best to answer these questions that people were asking all over social media to the best of his ability.
You get 30 days of working on a union production before being required to join. I see. Okay.
He does specify that a Taft-Hartley can be extended 3 times, up to 90 days. He then answers a question that says, but it sounds like the Taft-Hartley process can be exhausted and that actor will have to join eventually. To which Coy confirms, correct. Under normal circumstances, after the third 30-day period, the actor is required to join if they wish to continue working on union projects. However, with the ongoing strike, the SAG negotiating committee has publicly stated that they want to help non-union actors keep their jobs and eliminate whatever complications they can to that end. As such, they are able to negotiate a waiver for the must-join rule. This would be granted on a case-by-case basis, and the details of such a waiver would be determined in negotiations between the production and the SAG negotiating committee. The next question is, the production has to negotiate, so it's not a guarantee? I don't like that. To which Coy responds, bro, I promise they're not going to flip a coin to decide whether or not to grant the waiver. Negotiations are necessary, if only to make sure neither party is conditioning their commitment on some kind of loophole that undermines the other. And with the existential threat of AI, it is very much in the union's interest to grant these waivers wherever they can to get productions to agree to AI protections. So again, guys, this is all for AI. No matter what, this is all for AI protections. Even though it's only mentioned 12 times in the interim agreement, this is the true goal. One question says, I'm still not comfortable with this requirement to join. Sounds like a big organization bullying the little guy. To which Coy responds, I understand how this whole situation can give...
Wait. Isn't it pronounced gamma? Oh yeah, it's pronounced gamma. Yeah, gamma. Yeah, it's pronounced gamma. You're right. You're right. I forgot. Hey, sorry. I forgot. I hope Gamma isn't mad because I never got to do his Halloween costumes. It's Gamma. Oh yeah, true. It's Gamma. Gamma. I did my Halloween costume. All right, I went to a Halloween party for my wife's work. And I went as BoJack Horseman. I think I actually I didn't do the actual costume, but I got the head. I got the head. Let me see if I can find it. Can I even find it? Fuck. I don't know if I can find it. Is it not here anymore? I don't see it. Shit. Where is it? I had it. I got the horse head too. I don't see it. I think it's gone. It's lost to history. I think it's lost. Lost media. Marcus face reveal. It was Marcus face reveal. You guys missed it. You guys, oh no, it's right there. Is Gamma Indian? Look at that, dude. Look at that, dude. You seem more like a Mr. Peanut Butter to me. Well, yeah, that is true. I am a bit more of a Mr. Peanut Butter guy myself. Is this a crossover episode? Dude, it's like Marcus face reveal. This is like literally Marcus face reveal. Watch out, Mr. Hands will get you. This is literally me, but like my face. This is like me, but my face. This is me. This is me. Gamma is Indian. True. True, Gamma is Indian.
Give off that impression, and it's worsened by all the misinformation and anti-union propaganda out there. SAG-AFTRA is not a corporation. It is a
Enough about your new
non-profit labor
persona.
union, albeit one comprised of very annoying theater kids, but a union nonetheless. Its sole purpose is to ensure the health and safety of actors and to protect them from exploitation, which, along with the health insurance plans and on-set emergency staff, are funded by membership dues. That's why there's a limit to the Taft-Hartley process. If there were no requirement to join, nobody would join, and those protections would become financially unsustainable. He ends this with a question that says, "This is still a lot of maybes. Why should I believe you? You sound like a union shill." To which he replies with, "My dude, I totally understand that none of this is close to perfect, and I am not a union fanatic by any means. There are multiple documented instances of me publicly calling out the union leadership, but if AI eliminates this job, then it won't matter how any voice actor feels about the union. Video game voice acting will be a thing of the past. I want to make sure this job still exists in 5 to 10 years for all aspiring voice actors to have a shot at chasing the stream, and the union is the only sufficiently powerful tool we have to that end. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but if making sure that non-union voice actors can still work is your main concern, you gotta bet on the entity trying to save this art from extinction, not the one with the incentive to replace all actors with AI. Again, I know it's not perfect, but we can't wait for the perfect solution when AI is at the doorstep and already replacing human voice actors. It is significantly easier for actors to fix the imperfections of a labor union, which is beholden to its members
why
and
is
relies
your
on
scar
public support, than it
transparent?
is for
I like how you took notice of that now. Yeah, you finally noticed the scar is transparent. Yeah, the scar's transparent for some reason. I don't know why. You know, for a non-profit, they have a very rich meeting room with on-site food services with lobster and shit for meals during meetings. My birthday's tomorrow. Happy birthday, Romeo. Happy birthday. Gamma did an acid attack to celebrate Diwali.
for any one of us to individually dictate the actions of a multi-billion-dollar company. In other words, he says, TLDR, I'm not a huge fan of the union, they are a means to an end. So no matter how weird or counterintuitive some of the contract might be, it's all justified because it's all about AI. And while I understand his viewpoint, it's not really the answer you're looking for when you're already doubting the entire strike and the union behind it. But Koei wasn't the only one trying to rally people back
Bounce
into
more?
joining this cause.
You want
Another
harder
Hoyoverse
bouncing?
voice actor by the name of Kyle McCarley posted on the Genshin Impact subreddit a thread by the title SAG-AFTRA members seeking to clear up some confusion. The only problem is that again, people were left with more questions than answers. It wasn't a very popular post. The top comment was wondering, why doesn't SAG-AFTRA just come out and make an official statement to clarify things and clear up confusion and misinformation for the general public instead of having voice actors as their mouthpieces and only wink wink nudge nudge at Hoyoverse on Twitter? This is a very good point. Why are voice actors having to do the union's
Their
job?
battles for
Someone
them,
else
yeah.
pointed out the contradictory nature of this thread, where one of the bullet points said there is no requirement imposed by SAG-AFTRA for all performers hired on a union project to be union members. Such a requirement would in fact violate US labor law. But then goes on to say, once those 30 days have expired, they become must join. Honestly, at this point, not saying anything would have been better because every time a voice
Can't
actor
tell if
tried
he's
to
dancing or if he needs to pee. Wow.
clear up misinformation,
I gotta
they
go
only ended
so
up
bad.
confusing people even more. People were starting to conclude that this
I come
entire
full
strike
stop.
was nothing more than a Trojan horse,
Fuck.
disguised
Here, I
as
can
an
do
AI
that.
protection for voice actors, but in reality only had voice acting monopoly.
When I talk, I
and
can do
mafia
this,
practices. But we're not even talking about the real issue yet.
Or
The
I
real
could do
issue
this
is
and I
the
could go
fact that
crazy and I
this
could wiggle
strike's
around and
weird,
shake.
contradictory nature made people want to look more into SAG-AFTRA as an organization, and what people started finding out wasn't really
This is perfect. SAG-AFTRA, AI protection for VAs, VA monopoly mafia practices. Pretty much, yeah. It seems very much like it's just like join the union. You have to be part of the union if you want like anything. That's what it feels like.
pretty. Remember the strike in 2023 done by SAG-AFTRA? This was meant to give people working in Hollywood more livable wages and, more importantly, AI protections. Well, it turned out that many people were disappointed with these so-called protections. This article from Prism said this: critics of the deal who spoke to Prism were most concerned about the sections on generative AI, which is used to create synthetic performers or digitally created assets that are not any specific human performer but generated entirely through AI. This is uncharted territory. SAG-AFTRA member, actor, and director Satu Runa in Los Angeles believes the union should have stood against its use, period, rather than trying to work with it. It's very easy to replace us with this technology, she said. We shouldn't normalize it. The protections also include some significant loopholes. For one, for AI involving the participation of human actors, Schedule F performers who make more than $80,000 for a film are exempted, and consent is not required from actors if the photography or soundtrack remains substantially as scripted, performed, and/or recorded. Prior consent given can apply for future features if the producer includes a reasonably specific description of the intended use, language that could be interpreted broadly by producers. So if you make more than $80,000 on a film, those AI protections don't even apply to you, not unless specified, which is counterintuitive. Why did the strike even occur to begin with? And speaking of money, you know what's really interesting?
So realistically, if you make money from your film, it doesn't apply. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Only 14% of SAG-AFTRA performers make more than $26,470 annually. Remember those wonderful benefits you get for signing up to SAG-AFTRA? One of them being health insurance? Yeah, you could only qualify for it if you make more than $27,540.
Let's destroy Adam.
Oh,
You still have to watch Hell House Origins.
thank you for the $2.99. You still have to watch Hell House Origins. I'll add that to my list. Here, I'll add it here. I'll add it to the list. Marcus voice AI when? Never. You can never have my voice AI ever. It's evil, man. That's evil. Don't take my voice like that, man.
6% of people who paid the $3,000 initiation fee and are part of SAG-AFTRA miss out on one of its most important benefits. Oh, and if you do actually end up getting the healthcare coverage, well, your information is just going to leak
I only have a few
anyway,
movies
because
left to
on
watch.
December 10th, 2024,
We're gonna need a new.
SAG-AFTRA
We're gonna need a few
went
more
through
movies.
a data breach. And according to this article, personal information obtained in the breach includes names, social security numbers, and health insurance details. And the union, SAG-AFTRA, only notified these members almost 3 months.
Chat's voice AI and it reads the chat for you. Yeah, imagine just having like a AI to read every single fucking chat in my voice, and then I'm also talking about whatever the fuck's going on here. It'd be fucking chaos.
After the incident. Isn't that wonderful? You pay $3,000 to join a union, right? You're finally making money as an actor. And now someone can steal your identity and you only are told about it 3 months later. But it's okay because the chief of SAG-AFTRA is making over $1 million every year, guys. People weren't fooled anymore. They started siding with Hoyoverse the more they felt the taste of disgust. But just as you thought that things couldn't get worse, just as you thought that this taste of disgust in your mouth couldn't get more rancid, some voice actors,
yeah, we watched Killer Sofa and on Discord,
dorks, making this way worse.
I'm gonna probably set it up for again for on Wednesday, but I'm gonna try to watch Poultrygeist. Bye, Captain C. But we're gonna try to watch Poultrygeist together in the cave.
Worse than it should have ever been. Kaylee Mills, the voice actor who had already tweeted some very interesting things, had this to say. SAG winning the strike means that their contracts will all have AI protections going forward. It doesn't make every game union. Also, I've worked on several union games with international talent. A game-going union does not bar that talent from working. Technically, no union actor should work non-union at all, but we do all the time. It's always been that way in voice acting. It's not necessarily fine, but it still is very different from taking an existing role from someone who vacated that role, withholding work for AI protections. That's why you don't see anyone calling out any of the actors announcing their new non-union roles. It's because while as much solidarity as possible helps the cause, no one really expects everyone to be perfect allies. Well, I mean, this begs the question, right? Okay, fine. We've already talked about AI protections. We've already seen how this strike is meant to make healthcare more affordable and raise rates or whatever, but like, is Hoyoverse really that bad of an employer? Are they underpaying these voice actors? Are they subjecting them to slave labor?
No, it seems to me like it's just because of AI, which
Is this evil Chinese company exploiting our beloved voice actors and underpaying them? Is this why we really need a contract to be signed right now? No. According to Kaylee, even though the game is non-union, many of us are making the union rate. So what are we doing? Apparently,
Yeah, what are we fighting over? Don't know. We're fighting because you're fighting these random people for... I don't fucking know.
not enough, because shortly afterwards, Kaylee deleted
Cool,
her
so you're
Twitter
making good
account.
money.
Probably
You're just
for the
complaining
best, because God knows what else
because
you
I
would have
don't know.
said that would have hurt.
Like, I don't get this. No shit, you're making bank. You're making... These guys probably make so much fucking money working for these Hoyoverse games or whatever the fuck it's called. These games make ridiculous amounts of money. They probably make so fucking much. So it's funny to me how they just dogpile this one guy who chose to take the job just because he's not fucking... He's non-union. These guys are such assholes,
hurt this
dude.
strike even more. But it's okay, because this is like a tag team wrestling match. Kaylee's out, but guess who's in now? Karina. The voice actor behind Paimon decided to post an unhinged rant on TikTok.
Oh my God.
And I could try to
Oh my
explain
God.
it. Probably
This looks
won't succeed,
awesome.
So just watch, okay?
Okay, here's the thing. If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union. Nobody else's opinion matters. That's it. And YouTubers don't know anything. YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors. They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my industry is about. They don't know anything about SAG. They don't know anything about being a non-union actor either.
I think someone, if they do enough research on SAG, could probably know about it. They don't need to be a part of the union or be a part of the industry to understand what SAG is. So that's retarded. But great. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I'm saying. It's essentially just union members, these people who are part of the union, basically saying, if you're non-union, I hate you, fuck you, and getting mad at those people. So again, you're fighting the wrong people. You're getting mad at just regular people who are regular workers just like you are. And instead of getting mad at the people that you should be fighting against, the corporations or the big companies or whatever the fuck you're trying to fight for, the rights, you're just getting mad at the fucking people. You're just channeling all that energy into fighting the average everyday people who want to fucking work these jobs. Her voice makes me want to rip my ears off. But guys, automatic loss. You're crazy. She definitely has a face for voice acting. Her eyes too wide apart. Who the fuck would hire her? Where'd her eyebrows go? Holy fuck, this woman looks fucking crazy.
Stop telling me to go to liars. Liars. They are paid to lie to you. Also, I'm sorry. They have more incentive to lie. They have more of an incentive to lie because idiots like you fall for their shit and they get paid for that. Hello? God forbid. I want my industry to actually, like, I don't know, function and that everybody gets paid and everybody gets, like,
I want my
healthcare.
industry to function and I want everybody to get health care. Yeah, you voice a fucking character that probably pays you bank. You can't get the health care unless you're making a certain amount of money a month or a certain amount of money a year. And on top of that, you have to pay $3,000 to get into the union. What if somebody can't fucking afford that? These people, bro. These people are so fucking retarded.
Did you know that, like, once things become union, people get paid a lot more? So people are like, oh, but, you know, then some non-union actors will have to join the union. Yeah, they'll be able to, easily, because they'll get paid more. Also, there are options that the union has to help pay for those things. There are options to help people pay for the union dues within SAG, but you don't know that. Oh my God, it's almost like you're not an actor. It's almost like you're not a voice actor. And neither are these YouTubers.
Holy
But
fuck,
bottom line
man. This is entitlement.
that
This is
both
crazy.
non-union actors and union actors in a video game want it to go union and have wanted it to go union for a long time. So nobody else's opinion that is super fucking wrong anyway matters. Hope this helps.
Damn, I guess I'm I guess I'm lying to you guys. You know, just don't listen to me because I'm a YouTuber apparently. You should listen to Karina instead, the voice and face of reason. But seriously, what was the goal here? Not only does it come off as unhinged, but it's also all over the place and says things that don't make any sense.
To be fair, if you aren't making 27,000 in LA, you shouldn't be living there. You aren't wrong. You aren't wrong. If you're not making 27K, you shouldn't be there. But to be fair, there are a good amount of people who aren't making 27K yearly. Probably making under that. And on top of that, you know, it does harm you and doesn't help you when you're fucking having to pay $3,000 just to get into your union. Just to get in, you're paying $3,000. And I imagine there's other things that maybe you have to pay for. I don't know. Maybe the 3K is the only thing, but
Genshin was never a part of the strike.
Not 100%
People are
sure.
striking because they want Genshin to have a union contract. Why? Because it pays more. But they're already being paid the union rate.
yeah, they're
Then
already
comes
being paid the
topic of
union rate, so
healthcare
it can't
and
go
benefits,
up.
But you
If they're being so if they're being paid the union rate, I'd imagine the pay won't go up. So the pay won't increase. So you're getting paid good money for this Hoyoverse or Hoyoverse universe thing, whatever the fuck it's called. I forgot what it's called. So you're already getting paid what union people get paid. And then they're fighting. For some reason, they're fighting for, I don't know, because they're fighting for AI stuff. But the industry, the Hoyoverse stuff, already has strict rules against AI. So that's already on its... That's already retarded. So at this point, you're literally, purely, only fighting because you just want everybody to be union and you want no one else to be part of the union. You want no one else to be part of anything else but the union. Everybody has to be part of a union. That's what it is. You have to be on my side. No other side. You can't be on any other side. That's basically what we're getting at here. Is it seems very much like it's either everyone's union or no one's union. Or, well, yeah, pretty much everyone's union or no one's union. That's what it seems like it is for these people. Her
know
face.
What's funny? As far as I know, and I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure Corinna is FICOR, not even a full-fledged member of SAG-AFTRA. You become FICOR
that's even
purely
better.
because you want to work non-union jobs without getting into trouble. For that privilege, you're exchanging every benefit that comes with being a SAG-AFTRA member, including healthcare benefits. So I'm so confused, dude. Like, I just genuinely don't understand what the point of this rant was. And yet, Corinna was kind of becoming the unofficial spokesperson of voice actors regarding the SAG-AFTRA strike, which I'm sure you can understand is a disaster. The most ironic thing in all this is that Corinna makes this out to be a
So she's saying everyone needs to be union while also simultaneously being FICOR, which is not essentially leaving the union. Cool. She's
for
fucking
that situation
she's
while continuing
this is
to
awesome.
work on
She's so
Genshin
awesome.
Impact as the most important character for voice acting. You just can't make this up. And this just makes this whole rant even funnier. I mean, honestly, this is this even reached Chinese players.
Do you remember
and
the
they didn't
YouTube
really have
union?
a
Was
lot
there
of
a
nice
YouTube?
things
I don't
to
remember
say,
that.
saying things like, please change Paimon's English voice actor. Everyone will be happy. I'll even do another 6 months of battle passes if you want.
I'll do another 6 months of battle passes just to get rid of Paimon's English VA.
I'll top up too if they do it. If I were an English dub enjoyer and have to listen to this rat scream any longer, I would actually quit the game. What a voice. It's like a desperate mouse that got pressed onto a grill by a piece of bread and slowly gets made into a sandwich. God damn, these Chinese players are ruthless. Oh, and just to
That
add
is
more fuel to
fucking
the fire,
crazy.
Corinna said on Blue Sky that this TikTok was AI. It's not the original. Sure. Damn, AI sure got very advanced since the last time I checked. Interesting. Corinna
So
then
it's not
posted
her-
a video
it's not
that
her- it's
featured
not her
a
video, it's
toilet.
AI.
Corinna just sat there in front of the toilet saying that all this harassment was overwhelming,
Yes!
that vomit can come out at any second, and then complained for 8 minutes about the strike. Yeah, this is actually real. This video is not AI. I think it's safe to say that if Hoyoverse find a new voice actor for Paimon, then it would kind of
This
be
woman's, like,
justified
actually
just over
insane.
this insane erratic behavior. Because when have you ever seen a voice actor crash this hard? The amount of damage that this strike had sustained in just the span of a few days was incalculable. Joe Zieja, the voice actor behind the Genshin character of Risley, decided to step up. He had already made a video when the video game strike had begun explaining why voice actors were striking, and now thought that he needed to make a new video explaining what's been going on with Hoyoverse while clearing any misinformation about the strike itself. saying, "I do my best to inject clarity into what has become a really sad cyclone of misinformation and toxicity. RE, the SAG-AFTRA strike, Genshin Impact, the recasts, and AI. Similar to my first video on the strike, it's an attempt to educate, not aggravate." But it ended up not really.
My only experience with Genshin is when Chud got sponsored to play it, and yeah, her character is the most annoying thing about what I saw. That's awesome. That's so fucking awesome. I didn't know Chud got fucking sponsored to play it. That's crazy. Can't believe Chud got sponsored to play it.
Really helping the situation as much as he was hoping, with this post quote tweeting it and saying, "So they bullied the new Kinich voice actor for a strike that does not exist?" Yeah. Let's look at the video real quick. So one of the first things he does is reiterate that the whole point of the strike is that SAG-AFTRA actors are not allowed to work with the struck video game companies. But as we saw earlier, Hoyoverse is not one of the struck video game companies.
Yeah, it's not one of the struck video game companies, so they're essentially striking for nothing. Or essentially these guys are complaining about this guy taking a job, saying like, this is ridiculous, we're striking this shit. When they're not, because they're working for the company. They are quite literally working for this company that isn't under the companies that they're fighting against. So they're complaining about, again, we're just enforcing this idea that they're complaining about nothing. They're complaining about literally nothing.
He then goes on to explain what's been happening with Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse games, and yeah, you'll find out soon enough.
He always plays some sponsored games now and again.
I'll put it on
okay.
1.5 speed. Cool. Watch.
Games that started production before the strike are also not struck. It's a very confusing atmosphere, I know, but I can relieve that confusion for Genshin fans specifically by saying this. Do you know what company isn't in that select group of production companies being struck? Hoyo. I cannot emphasize enough that MiHoYo properties are not and never have been union games. Therefore, Genshin has never been a struck property. There are 0 union rules governing Genshin or any MiHoYo game, period. End of story as of this date. This is not a debate. This means, and I want you to listen very carefully here, if the SAG-AFTRA strike ended tomorrow, this would mean absolutely nothing for Hoyo Games and its actors. If suddenly WB and Formosa, Keywords, all the rest threw a ticker tape parade and said, "We agree to all the actors' demands, yay!" Nothing would change for Genshin or Star Rail or Triple Z or any other non-union game. So point number 1, please stop talking about Genshin like it has anything to do with the SAG-AFTRA strike. Genshin is not a union game. The actors working on it are not working under a union contract, period. Put a pin in that, okay? Because we're gonna come back to the idea of union and non-union actors in a minute, now that we've sort of covered union and non-union games. Okay, so why the hell aren't actors going in to record lines for Genshin if it's not struck? When the strike happened, many Genshin actors got together in various disparate channels and decided that now...
This is exactly why I would never be part of a union. I don't want to... This is so complicated. I just want to work a job and make my money, man. Like, I don't, this is so complicated.
Try to engage with Hoyo and encourage them to take some action. Actors could use the momentum, the social momentum.
This guy's channel is cringe, but he makes kind of cool stuff.
In the conversation. Again, though, it's not a strike, and it has nothing to do with the union. Since this is not a strike, I'm not going to call it a strike. From here on, I'm going to call it a collective work refusal, because it's not governed by any one body, like SAG-AFTRA. There is no one result desired, like a collective bargaining agreement, and there is no penalty for not participating, unlike the SAG-AFTRA strike. If you are a union member and you cross the line and record games you're not supposed to, you can be penalized. In a non-union environment, that doesn't exist. So, what did Genshin actors want? This is where some of the confusion kind of begins. The goal wasn't really totally clear. Some actors wanted them to sign a union agreement and flip union, become a union game. You might have heard this called an interim agreement, which just has to do with an agreement that's going on during a strike, or a full union contract. There's some nuance of difference here. Because Genshin's an ongoing game, they're essentially the same thing. Others wanted them to just add AI protections into their non-union contract. Something like the Nava right, okay? Which is something
Nathan Soy Adam.
Hi, Jake Johnny. Thank you for the 5. Misty Baby Boy. Hi. Hi. Hey. Since you did donate 5, Janky, did you want to suggest a horror movie to add to the list? You can suggest a horror movie to add to the list if you'd like.
Contract to legally protect themselves against AI exploitation. And some actors understandably didn't really know what to think about the whole thing, but they were motivated by the social side, solidarity, social obligation, community feeling, and they also refused to work. This is part of the problem of non-union games, or non-union anything, actually. Since there's no actual collective bargaining agreement governed by any union, it becomes difficult for a group of people to take a collective action. In social psychology, you call this a collective action problem. It's very complicated. So anytime a group of non-union actors tries to get together to achieve any result, it's hard. It's hard for us to communicate. It's hard for us to bargain.
Oh yeah, actually, technically you could suggest 2. You could suggest 2 horror movies if you wanted to.
Any actor is free to just disregard that.
Or if you want to let somebody else suggest 2, that you can, I guess. You can just let other people pick.
Or strike breaking. So
So Joe confirmed one thing that we've looked at so far in this video. Genshin was never part of the strike, Hoyoverse games have never been part of the strike, and this is literally as if you were working in a corporation. Let's say you work at Amazon. You and your coworkers decided to stop showing up to work one day. You can't even agree on why you're striking, okay? Half of you want AI protections, the other half wants more money. What do you expect? What do you think that Amazon's gonna do?
Shinny,
It's
what was the
actually a
movie that you
miracle
suggested
that they've
earlier?
been able to keep their jobs for so long while not showing up to work for months. As Joe said, this can't be even counted as a strike. And if anything, it sounds like a wildcat strike, something that's been prohibited under the Taft-Hartley Act. A wildcat strike is a strike action undertaken by unionized workers without union leadership's authorization, support, or approval. They're just hoping that by using the momentum of a different strike, they can somehow force Hoyoverse to sign their agreement. Do you realize how ridiculous this is? This is insane. I want to reiterate. It was
Monies. Okay. Hi, thank you for the 5, Shinny. Hi, Shinny.
This was done in any other industry, you'd be fired within 24 hours, all right? And yet they're still doing it to this day. Then Joe talks about something that many people have been asking about. Okay, but what about the Taft-Hartley? What happens to non-union voice actors if Hoyoverse were to sign the interim agreement?
Mandy?
Here's what he had to say.
Okay.
The actor
I think
does
I know
not
Mandy.
live in a right-to-work state. Now we're getting murky. You might have heard the term Taft-Hartley thrown around, and I advise you really just don't look too deep into this because it's confusing. It's a piece of labor law that actually has nothing to do with SAG-AFTRA. It was written in 1947 and designed as a path.
If you realistically want to, Shinny, you could suggest 2. You could suggest 4 if you want. If you want to suggest 4 total horror movies, you can.
To both protect people from being forced to join unions, but also offer them more flexible ways to join if they want to. For our purposes, bringing it back to us. Consider a Taft-Hartley like a temporary 60-day union pass to allow someone who is non-union to work on a union job. After that, they're considered a must join, at which point, like the status implies, they must join the union or stop working union jobs. I'll break here for a second and tell you that it is significantly more complicated than that. There are caveats as to
This just, I don't like this shit. I don't like this shit at all. It just feels very forceful. It feels like you have to be union. So essentially, if you're not union, you're limited to what you're allowed to do. Especially in the VA industry. It seems very much like in the VA industry or in general acting industry, it feels like you have to be SAG-AFTRA or you can't do shit or there's nothing. We actually already have The Thing as one of the movies that we're already watched, Shinny. I just want Event Horizon on the tier list. Okay, you can have Event Horizon. I'll allow your Event Horizon. Is that a movie? Filthy Commies. Oh, Coraline, that gave me the heebie-jeebies as a kid. Fine. You know what? We'll let the two movies from Janky be Fox with Event Horizon and Coraline as the 2 additions.
the Taft-Hartley triggers, for example. It's also possible to negotiate an individual waiver with the union and say, look, I'm only ever going to work this one union job. Please don't make me join. I won't do anything else. And they can say yes. There's flexibility here. These, however, are edge cases that are just beyond the scope of this video. This would be a 5-hour video. In the simplest sense, you can do on a Taft-Hartley a very limited amount of union work as a non-union member before you have to join. And that sort of makes perfect sense if you think about it. The union offers actual tangible benefits, even for a single contract. Reaping those benefits without being a union member and paying your dues is like extending your net.
Yeah, but getting that Taft thing to pass takes up to 2 months. By that point, they're probably going to hire somebody else to do the work, which you're not even going to get it passed, and you're just not going to get the job. Ultimately, you have never seen that movie? I've seen Coraline. I've never seen Event Horizon. I don't know anything about Event Horizon. I've never seen that one. Cannibal Holocaust? Okay, I can add Cannibal Holocaust. That is probably, Cannibal Holocaust is probably the cutoff to disturbing films that I'm allowed to watch, because I've already watched Cannibal Holocaust before. Don't look up that movie. I've already watched Cannibal Holocaust. I've watched that movie before.
Netflix free trial indefinitely. At some point, you gotta pay for what you're using. But being able to join the union for some actors can be a really good thing. Getting into the union is a stepping stone in many actors' careers, and it can actually be difficult to qualify for the union because, bizarrely, the only way into the union is if you get Taft-Hartley first and then join. Oh, simple. No, it's not. I don't want to delve too far into union membership here, but it is important to understand and consider why an actor might not want to join the union. The entry fee itself can be steep, depending on where you live. Mine was nearly $4,000 when I joined 10 years ago.
His was $4,000 when he joined, and he said that was 10 years ago. Okay, so 10 years ago he joined. A picture of what it looks like now. So we said 3,000 earlier. This guy paid 4,000. It probably is higher now. Dude, this shit blows.
So that talent would have to know for certain they were going to get at least 5 sessions out of Genshin to make up for that loss. That's about how much money you'd make in 5 union video game sessions, depending on the tier that you're in. Again, complicated. Or that actor would have to feel confident enough that they could book other union work to help them bring that number, that entry fee number, back to 0. You do get pension and health benefits, okay? But you only qualify for health benefits if you earn a certain income of union work, around $30,000 a year.
So this goes back to everything we said, of course. What was interesting, though, is that he had to pay $4,000 to join a union when SAG-AFTRA's website now says $3,000. Now, I will say that it is very refreshing watching Joe's video because while he does echo some of the same opinions as the other entitled voice
Okay, so the website now says, this is 6 months ago, it says now 3,000, so maybe they took it down a bit, dropped it to 3,000. Still a lot of money to join a union. Absolutely ridiculous, but
he presents them in a more realistic and conservative manner. But joining SAG-AFTRA specifically as a voice actor still doesn't really make a lot of sense. As a traditional actor, sure, you can make the case. But as a voice actor, 80% of your contracts are going to be non-union. Only 20% will be union and will contribute to your pension. Not to mention that the odds of you making enough to even qualify for health insurance are pretty damn low.
So your chances to qualify is pretty damn low. Awesome. That's actually pretty cool. My favorite horror movies are Evil Dead 2, Army of the Darkness, Shaun of the Dead, Brain Dead. I love Shaun of the Dead. I love Evil Dead 2. I love Army of the Darkness. Those are good ones that I really enjoy. I've never seen Brain Dead, Dead Alive, or Dead Alive. But also don't add more things.
Really
No, don't worry.
Sure,
don't worry.
But
We
it
got
does
our
feel
4.
weird to be locked behind SAG-AFTRA membership. If a non-union voice actor got their voice stolen, SAG-AFTRA could represent them, win the case, and set a precedent for every single voice actor on United States soil. That's what unions in Europe do, right? They stand up for everyone in the industry, not just people who are members. Asking for $3,000 from people who mostly do this as a hobby just
that kind of reaffirms what I was saying. So essentially it feels more like America's unions, or whatever this union is, SAG-AFTRA, is mostly just fighting for union members, not for the overarching people that they claim they're fighting for. They claim they're fighting for voice actors, but that's not true. They're fighting for union voice actors. So anybody who isn't part of the union doesn't even get that benefit. They're just basically getting fucked. They're getting raped. Live. Cannibal women in the avocado jungle of death?
Joe goes on to talk about what we already talked about as
It's
well.
a bad
the fact
union.
That
Yeah, this one
as
seems like a
union
pretty
member,
fucking
working
shit
non-union
union.
contracts is not permitted.
Nathan Troy
Dude Bro
Adams.
Party Massacre 3.
Dude Bro
Okay.
Party Massacre 3.
Dude Bro Party Massacre 3. Thank you for the 2, Ben. The unions in America exist in an anti-union environment, which is probably a factor. It's just so, like, again, it just seems so much like it's like, fuck anybody who's not union. So it's just kind of like, well, that fucks a lot of people over. Because some people don't want to be in a union. Some people want to be outside the union. There are trade union political parties in Germany. It's a horrible late 80s movie. Cannibal women in the avocado jungle of death. How do you know this shit?
And he
How
also
do you
talks
know
about
what that
FICOR.
is?
He then goes on to talk about social media toxicity, how it doesn't help, and how, yes, this situation is quite complicated.
I was going to
We've
say,
understood that quite well. Unfortunately,
sorry,
Joe's
I don't want to keep pausing, but I was going to say that I would imagine unions should be nonprofit. That's what I imagine unions should be, is nonprofits. It's just this union in particular, the SAG-AFTRA one, is just kind of ridiculous how much you have to put into this union just to be a part of it. Seems a bit ridiculous to me. Just seems crazy, especially since this is one of the highest earning unions. They've made like over $1 billion, I think is what they said earlier. So it's like, god damn, they made a lot of money. And the CEO or whatever is like, he's a millionaire. It's like, whoa, it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just kind of scratches my head a bit because I thought the point of the union was to help people who are VAs. But ultimately, it's benefiting this guy who founded the goddamn thing.
Intention didn't really work out as well as he had hoped because many of the comments are left in utter confusion.
It's an old
and
Skinamax
were
film that got
also
repeated a
disillusioned
bunch.
with the voice actors that have been
Skinamax?
participating in this discourse. I mean, look at this comment here with 4.6k likes saying, so let me get this right. Union voice actors are bullying a non-union voice actor for getting work with a non-union game, which isn't being struck by the voice acting union. A non-union project that union voice actors shouldn't even be working on. So it's okay for union workers to steal non-union voice actors' work, but if a non-union voice actor takes the role of a union voice actor who shouldn't even be striking, but
That's a very good.
There's hell to
That's
pay.
actually a very good point. It's okay for a union workers to steal non-union voice acting work. I'm assuming they're saying this because like these guys are fighting to get games to sign with these unions, so it makes them union. It makes them union jobs, which fucks over people who are non-union. Which essentially, it's okay if they do that. But when a non-union worker takes a job of a union worker, that's fucking evil and degenerate. Yeah, this is based. This is
ridiculous.
Binox.
This comment says, in their quest to not be replaced by AI, they seem to have completely forgotten that actual people can still replace
No, yeah,
them.
true,
This
Aaron.
strike, as well as many of the Genshin voice actors that participated in this discourse on Twitter, were now seen as a complete.
Oh, actually, you know what?
and
Cinemax. I
utter
know what you're talking about,
joke.
Cinemax now.
Kiba Walker, who had already participated in this
I know what you're
discourse,
talking
said,
about.
is it just me, or was that video, the video we just watched, not helpful to the situation, and now people hate us more? The unintended consequence of this video stretched far and wide, with some people calling for every striking voice actor on Genshin Impact to get replaced immediately. People didn't care anymore. Yes, the video was 29 minutes long, but they could only focus on the part that said Genshin and Hoyoverse were never part of the strike to begin with. The voice actors who went completely unhinged on Twitter had lost all good faith. As this entire catastrophe was fully unfolding, Corinna decided to post a picture with some very well-known Hoyoverse voice actors.
Actually
one of
went
them being
outside.
the voice actor of the main male character in Genshin Impact. This was after the unhinged rant and the sitting in front of a toilet complaining about vomiting rant. Look, this might have just been an innocent picture, but you have to understand, many of these voice actors had not really expressed anything on Twitter during this crisis, but they were still caught in the crossfire because being in a picture with Corinna after
Nathan Soy Adam.
meant that you
https://youtube.be/56md9g3c?C=SDS6WG7-1 Rooksure.
Thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2, Nate. What is this? Here, I'll watch this real. Actually, let me finish this up really
and
quick.
meant that
There's
you
2
thought
minutes
the
left.
same way.
Then
Corinna
I'll
is now
watch this.
essentially a walking plague. Any other voice actor that is seen in the same picture is probably going to get hated too. It's just not a good thing to associate with someone like that right now. Look, overall, you made it to the end. Congratulations.
suggestion? All right, I'll add it. I'll add it to the list. All right, there we go.
Overall, this whole strike, as well as the fundamental need for SAG-AFTRA as a union, is now being questioned. It's pretty insane to witness a strike that has been going on for 8 months get hurt so much from a public relations standpoint in just the span of a week because of some entitled voice actors. SAG-AFTRA is a joke of a union, especially for voice actors, and they deserve better. And while you
They
may
do
be
deserve better,
disillusioned
that is
with
true.
all English dub voice actors right now, I do want to point
They
out
do deserve better because, like I said earlier, AI in the one space that is probably the most affected is probably. Hold on. I almost brapped there. AI is in the space that AI actually affects like this industry. It's mostly in the video game industry and mostly in the VA industry. Probably not mostly in like the Hollywood industry, more so VA and gaming and all these other spaces. That's where AI is most likely going to be used.
that, look, most of
What
them
the
are actually
hell?
very good people. I had the pleasure of speaking with one in particular, and he was one of the nicest people I had ever met. It just goes to show what a few bad apples can do to the reputation of an entire profession. It's something that will take a long time to recover. It's such a shame. In the end, though, many
It fits
people are
with the
asking
theme of horror.
themselves,
As long as
is
it fits with the
Hoyoverse
theme,
actually
I
going
don't
to
care.
sign this agreement?
It
After
doesn't
this,
have to be directly
probably
horror, as long
never.
as it's like
People are fully on
thriller
their
and
side now.
maybe
Before,
it got
if
like
they had
a bit of a
recasted some
horror
voice
aspect.
actors, they would
I
have probably
don't
faced
mind.
backlash. Now, people are calling for the complete deletion of English dub in general. If they replace Corinna as well
True,
as
just get
any
rid of
other
English dub.
entitled
Just get
voice
rid of
actor
it.
on Twitter, hell, even the one striking and that said nothing about this, then the backlash
Just get rid of it. Just make it edit all the other languages and just put fucking English subtitles on it.
would
Just
be
do that.
minimal. And that's just the impact of this entire controversy. I do hope that voice actors and performers of all kinds actually do get AI protections because it's actually a problem. But
How do workers organize to get any leverage against employers infinitely fucking them without things like unions? Well, I feel like unions are important, and I do think unions are good. But I think overall the way it's portrayed, especially here for some reason, that like this SAG-AFTRA shit is just retarded, right? It doesn't feel like it's here to benefit people in general. It doesn't feel like it's here to benefit the workers. It just feels like it's here to basically say like I said earlier, it just feels like it's here to say fuck corporations, which ultimately isn't going to get much done and isn't really going to help the workers overall. Whereas, well, like he said, for example, in Europe, a lot of the unions are for everybody, not for just union people. Feels like it's not just for union people, but for everybody, which I think is probably the best way to go about it is when it's for everybody, not for just union members. I think that would change a lot because right now it seems extremely hard to kind of get what you want without being part of the union, especially a union that seems like they have such massive control over you. You have to pay a lot to get into it. And then on top of that, there's limitations to what you can and can't do. It just seems super strange that essentially just to get what you want, you have to also be limited by the union that you're joining. It just so bad. It's usually that when unions have been around long enough and gotten enough power, they can become just another part of the management working against what is good for workers. Yeah, I mean that's what's happening. Marcus, Meat Canyon released a horror film. You could watch that. He made a movie? Wait, Meat Canyon made a movie? What? I like your costume, by the way, Doggo Boy. Thank you. I didn't know Meat Canyon made a movie. What the hell? Go to his channel. Well, this video is pretty much through and through. It's done. I'm going to watch this real quick. And I'm going to go get to Meat Canyon's channel to see if I can find the movie. This is probably going to get my fucking stream taken down.
You the agent in charge of the case?
That's right. What can I do for you?
I'm here because I can't live with what I know anymore. And listen, this may sound a little bit crazy, but I know who the Gaotan killer is.
What makes you think that?
You hadn't even heard me out yet, and already you doubt me.
They were raised to obey their father,
Go do some homework.
to love him, to trust him,
Night, boys. Sleep tight.
Don't let those bed bugs bite.
until
Wake up. I've got something to tell you.
What's wrong?
There are demons among us. I can see the demons, while other people can't.
I'm scared, Dad.
Nothing that crazy could be real.
The angel told me that God would be sending weapons.
Maybe you just dreamed it. Maybe you're not right.
I think I might have seen this before.
God will be sending a list of the first 7 demons.
These are people's names.
And they'll look like people. They're not.
Dad made up this whole thing. Do you understand?
Well, if it has to be done, it has to be done.
Is that true?
Why would I make it up?
It's all a big lie. I don't want to run away.
Saw a practical effect of his head on
What did you
Instagram. It was
think I'm
really
hiding?
cool.
When I lay my hands on them, I'll reveal them for what they truly are.
I got a pretty good idea who them bodies are.
I'll tell.
Craziest thing I've heard in a long time.
Check the rose garden.
I don't believe a word of it.
But it's true.
Bill Paxton,
Those were demons. Why can't you see that?
Matthew McConaughey,
Tell me the truth.
Sometimes truth defies reason.
You're crazy.
Only demons should fear me. You're not a demon, are you?
I did not say it was probably Boomer Slop. I don't think I ever said that. You're just lying. You're just lying. Yeah, this isn't horror, but it's fine. It's on theme with the horror genre. Is it this thing? It's obviously not a movie. It's 13 minutes, but is this like promoting a horror movie that he's making, or is this his legitimate, or is this just like a short film thing? Hold on.
What should we do today, Ferb? I know we gotta go to summer school, and that makes me a little angry. I think I know what we should do today.
Fucking head. Holy shit! Wait! I don't. Am I? Can I show this? It's against TOS or something. Oh my god. Holy shit. I mean, it's on YouTube, so I should be fine.
God, what a piece of shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Phineas and Ferb school shooter cartoon. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. What the fuck? Oh, God. Oh, it's just getting worse.
So good.
I've got to do something different. What the fuck am I gonna do?
What is he gonna do? What is he missing? I can't get over that fucking Phineas and Ferb bit. Fuck. That was really fucking good. Oh. 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 God. You really had to dig in there with your tootsies? What the fuck? Oh. Jesus Christ. He's really good at making the most grimy shit, man. Oh. Fuck.
What if like Walter White's son had like a pregnancy scare at school and he was like pissed about it or something? I don't know.
That's it? I can't make that.
Walter White's kid had a pregnancy
I can't make
scare.
it. I'm not going to. I'm not gonna.
Dad, I need to talk to you about something. Dad, I think I got myself in a bit of a pickle.
What is it, son?
I think I knocked up some girl at my school. We were knocking boots and crutches, and I thought I used protection or something, but anyway.
Do you think you used protection? Or do you know?
I don't know how to read the stick. Is the 2 lines?
What do you mean you don't know how to read the stick?
I don't know. She took a piss on it, but it's stinky.
Damn it, Flynn. Here, let me show you how to read it. Where's the box?
Yeah.
You see the box?
I throw
Oh. God, he's good at making things real grimy.
People are fucking mean, man! Fuck! God, no one likes any of my ideas. Everyone keeps calling me fucking stupid and fat. I don't, why do they bring up the fat thing? It feels really irrelevant to the whole situation, but I need one more idea. I just need one. Just something to tide me over, please. Please. Please.
These guys are these people in the SAG-AFTRA? Come on, give us a good idea. Give us a good idea.
Thank you.
Oh, God, dude, this is so gross.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
There's no trans people in my swamp. Get out of here, you foul beast.
Oh, Dad, I'm your baby girl. What are you talking about?
It goes against everything that's magic. I don't want a foul beast in my swamp.
There's no trans people in my swamp. So good. Jesus Christ. Jesus.
What is this? Is this some kind of fucking joke to you? I'm busting my ass out
The
there.
creature.
You're not doing shit. Cause you don't care. You don't care about anything, do you? Nothing. Nothing.
Give him a good idea. Oh, God, it's so. Oh. Fuck.
There's gotta be something more.
Making me want to throw up, dude. Fuck, it's disgusting. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh. God, dude, this is fucking. Jesus Christ. Feed me ideas, Seymour.
There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing.
Stop, you're hurting it. You're hurting it, man. You're hurting it, man. She's got a cool bathroom. What the fuck is happening? God. Why are people so mean to their pets? Practical is so good, dude. He did a really great job with this. This looks incredible for a YouTube video. He is pregnant. He birthed the idea. This is really good. Oh, is he taping it back up? Okay, no, he's taping his monitor up. I thought he was taping the thing. Oh. God, this is really good effects, though. I mean, fuck. Yeah, right next to the Razer mouse. I used to have one of those, too. Oh, what the fuck? The creature's dead. He's gonna take its place, huh? He's taking its place. God. It's so good, though. Look at all those ideas, man. Dude, if he made a movie out of this, it'd be fucking awesome, dude. What the hell? God, man. It's fucking gross, though. What's the idea? What's the idea? Dada. What? He became the idea. He fucking became the idea. God damn, dude. That was incredible. I loved that so much. Man, if he actually had the budget and the money and all this stuff to make like a genuine movie with all... Dude, the effects were so good. If he actually had the budget to make something with this, that would be so fucking awesome. Wait. What is with Dasali and dildos? Yeah, honestly, I don't really understand what Dasali's big interest in dildos is. It's kind of weird. It's kind of strange, kind of weird. Dude, that was awesome. That was actually super fucking awesome. It was disgusting, though, which I think it does a good job. A lot of that made me want to, like, throw the fuck up. It was very fucking gross. But anyways, guys, I am probably going to end stream now. I've hit the 4-hour mark. It's almost 2 a.m. I got to go to bed pretty soon here. So I'm going to end stream here. I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning. Probably around like 12 or hopefully 12. That is the time that I'm hoping to do is 12. I don't want to go any later than that, but 1 maybe because I stayed up a little later than usual. But anyways, guys, bye. Have a good night.